Mike, you are there, right?
Yeah, too many permissions.
I understand.
Not on camera, that's good.
Just
I think we're
wanted
good to go.
Yep.
All right.
All right, well, let's begin. Personnel, December 7th. I guess we have a lot on the agenda today, so we'll try to be efficient. But any changes, Karsten, you want to add?
You know, a lot of them will be quick reviews with very little discussion. So I think we'll be able to get through everything.
And then I guess one question I had, that I know we spoke a little bit about this, but from the grievance on Friday, are we going to all discuss that or update the committee at this time, or are you just going to do that at the school board level?
Yeah, I was thinking we could do that under other issues.
Okay, perfect. All right. Well, let's get started. Director of Technology.
Okay, there are some attachments for you to look at. I'm not looking for approval at the school board meeting tonight for the salary for the Director of Technology. So it's information, and hopefully we can formulate, you know, some thinking about what we should pay Mike Pagel. So included as one of the attachments is kind of background information in terms of where we were with costs for the technology department. In the HR plan from May, we did agree to reduce our technology consultant fees by $40,000. So we've done that. And that's largely, well, that is because Mark, our consultant, has retired. So, you know, we made that reduction. We had estimated that the IT systems administrator would cost about $20,000 more, you know, than last year's plan. After we went through a banding process, it doesn't appear that we'll need to spend that much. It's going to be about half that. So there is a savings there. We had allocated about $9,000 towards paying for, you know, Mike Pagel to take on the Director of Technology. It turns out that I think we knew the position would be challenging, but I think it turned out to be a lot more challenging and time consuming than any of us had imagined. And that may be a first year issue, or it may be an every year issue. But I do know that we're saving a lot of money compared to what we would have if we had a full-time instructional technology position. So originally I was thinking $9,000. What I'm going to throw out there for consideration is $15,000. If you added things together, it's still less than what we had projected for the technology department. So I think that's one good argument. Another argument is that our overall HR plan, even if we hire the remaining positions that need to be hired or that we've had approved to be hired, is still less than what we had projected. So, you know, in terms of costs, I think it's in line. I also think it's a fairness issue to Mike as far as extra time that he puts in. One thing I was just thinking, you know, at maybe on December 21st, we could request the $15,000 payment for this year, but then reevaluate it starting next year, because things will be so much different, you know, without the distance learning, with, you know, some things set in place and that kind of thing. So maybe we could get by, you know, closer to $1,000 per month, or $12,000 a year. So I think that same background information includes some of the highlights of his work so far during the first 5 months of his work.
That's in the background information?
Correct.
And I'm glad you touched on that, because I was going to ask that question of, like, is this sustainable long-term as an add-on to a, you know, elementary principal?
Right.
But I realize that, like, everything is so, you know, we're hoping next year is extremely different. So, but you, in your analysis, you think it is still sustainable going forward to have this linked with the building principal?
I think we're going to have to try to make it sustainable. Just because we don't have, you know, enough revenue to pay for a full-time position. I really do like Tony Kashi's work as a kind of a technology person, who's currently a teacher, who relates well with others, who can help, with some of that work. And I do like the building tech leads that we hired. Now they're $1,000 each. Next year, we don't have a way to pay for those building techs, because this year we had a funding source for them. So we'd have to decide what we want to do with that next year. So I think a lot for next year is still in flux.
Yeah, that was a good question, Janie. I was thinking about the sustainability, and is Mike able to deal with all the technology issues that come up, or does he deal with the technology issues that come up during the day? Having the technology leads in each school is, I would think, really important to help facilitate that. I'm not certain. It's a typical Red Wing thing to do, to tack a job onto another job. But is he able to handle the day-to-day technology things, or is there someone else who can do that?
I think right now he's best suited for it. Obviously our preference would be a full-time person who wakes up every day thinking about it, with time to respond, time to provide training. Mike is exceptionally good at not only being a principal, but also this tech lead role. He focused on that in his graduate work. He served in that capacity. He's very strong and solid. One advantage he has is that he's the principal of the smallest elementary school, except for Jefferson this year. And so I think that helps. If we tried to assign this to a middle school principal, for example, I think it would be too much.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how I feel, in December of 2020.
Yeah, it's just we don't have the revenue to do what we really need to do on a long-term basis, so we're constantly patching things in.
Right.
However, I think we really need to think about, and I'm never one to say let's spend more money, but I really do think that we need to give some thought and time to this idea of maybe hiring a full-time person. Because as technology increases, we've gone to all online learning, and we've got one-on-one devices. And that technology, in the past, we've talked about that technology position being not just of curriculum, but it's going to be somebody who can also look at supporting teachers, supporting the devices themselves, making sure we've got the correct software, that the software is updated. What do we do when the technology, if Chromebooks or the devices that we've given out break, to kind of be that technology all-encompassing person. And so, and I realize that there are two skill sets there, but, I think we shouldn't immediately dismiss the idea of, and it's also a referendum promise, using referendum dollars to really focus in and hone on technology. So, I know we don't have a lot of money right now to go for broke, but I just want to put that out there that I think that we do need to think about the long range plan for a technology specialist.
Yeah, in fact, there are a few different positions that we would love to have. For example, director of instructional technology, more business management support, data manager, and those things. And so I just wrote it on the board as a reminder to focus on it sooner rather than later. That's why I'm walking back and forth.
Oh, that's where you went.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not running away.
You're mad at me, Carson.
Well, and that's where, Carson, maybe the broader discussion for future, because I'm going to get all nostalgic now, but Mike and I, this is our last personnel meeting. I kind of bring up, when you think of all these building leads, which I think has been a really good thing, how much are we paying this whole IT support And if we like, because do we really have that number now yet? And I don't need it now, but I guess I'm just saying, like, it'd be nice to know what that all adds up to be. So, and I totally do not argue that Mike Pagel is fantastic at this job. I just wonder when you get everybody back in the school and full-time school is back to a normal load of a principal, what is that going to look like? So,
Right.
And granted, it might be a lot easier and we have the basis, already done, but it might be nice for the next, school board to hear what that full IT package looks like and just have the numbers.
What I would love to see at some point is sort of like one-page summaries of different departments and what ideally we could do to really further amp up our game. So for example, we could have a one sheet of the custodial department, kind of show the administrative positions, how many custodians, and what we would love to do differently, if the money was available. Same with food service and technology, and just kind of lay it out there so that it's always front and center. The one thing about a director of technology position that might be feasible in the future would be, if there was some curriculum funding or staff development funding that could help pay for the position.
Yes.
A lot of schools would have a full-time instructional technology person. It's not, and that person would be totally dedicated towards working with teachers and others to implement effective technology initiatives. So, and Mike would be fantastic in either role, as a principal or as a director of technology. So I think we need to just leave that front and center, even if the funding isn't available right now.
And I give you credit. I mean, I think it's great that you're advocating for someone that obviously has gone above and beyond, or that we knew the workload was more than we anticipated. So I think it's really good that we're looking at this. I just think then when we look long term, let's do that added analysis. So
right.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like somehow we can find the money, I guess, is what I'm hearing a little bit from this budget, but I guess, yeah, but I mean, I don't mean to say that there's, that's the hard thing is I feel like we don't have money floating around, but by this HR plan, it seems that we haven't hired as much, or, maybe it can be carved out in other places.
Well,
so
that's the thing is you carve it out of other places to put it other places, and then you're losing in the other places. I think it's a good idea to get a list going of where all the carved out jobs are and how they stack up on top of each other in all the different places that they're at, so that the board can have a better idea of how much is being spent on whatever services that we're doing right now that are splintered.
That are what, Mike?
Pardon?
I'm sorry, I missed the very last part. That are
splintered.
Piecemeal, like, yeah, kind of
right.
shared services in a way. So, but
insert your metaphor here.
Well, any other questions or thoughts on that? It sounds like Mike and Pam, does that seem reasonable to you?
I think so. I'm sure that they've just done a huge amount of work, and re-looking at it next year should always be done anyway, right?
Yeah, I think especially when there's something new, we need to recalibrate and review.
I will say that at the beginning of this school year, I sat down with, I visited all the schools, and I sat down with Mike Pagel for quite a while, and we chatted about his dual role. And I do know that there's been a significant amount of work that he's had to do, especially as we've over the summer too, to kind of get this position ramped up. And he's put in a lot of new processes in place to make sure that staff are supported in their technology integration. And so, as long as we can not go in the red by spending, and looking at making sure our budget is balanced out, and we're not just continually dipping from the money tree in the backyard, I'm okay with that.
There's a money tree in the backyard?
Isn't there one in yours, Mike?
No, there isn't.
All right, well, should we move on to the e-learning plan?
Sure, and I'm just leaving some of these items on there just to give you updates, and this is one of them. To qualify for an e-learning days, during a typical school year, we need to submit the application before the beginning of the school year, and so I'm going to leave it on here until we hammer that out with Education Minnesota and the Red Wing Support Personnel Association. And so I'm sure sometime this spring, we'll propose something for next year. And that would give us the ability to have up to 5 days of e-learning days if there's inclement weather.
What's the short answer to, like, what are we going to do? Just hypothetical here. If we're back in hybrid, let's say in February or March or April, and we get a big snowstorm, are we covered and have a plan for that? I would assume we do, or?
Yeah, and I still need to work out the details with both of those unions.
Yeah.
And that's kind of related to the reporting responsibilities of employment. So let me cover that now because it just makes sense.
Okay.
And so, this year, because of the unique circumstances, we do have the ability to have distance-only days on some of those days. The reason, I need to work with the unions because, right now, some of our teachers are relying on using the building because they don't have internet at home, for example. We have a lot of arrangements with the custodial union and the food service group in terms of, they have to report to work if it's a normal closure, and then there's something different for critical closure. So we have to weave all that together. But in short, we can have distance only days. We just have to figure out some of the details.
Okay. And you feel like you'll be ready for that? Because, I will leave it to you.
Yeah. We're gonna. We have a couple of days where we don't have to do that, and we'd still have enough instructional days. But yeah, we want it sooner rather than later, just in case there's a 4-day winter period, like we've had a year or two ago.
Yeah. All right. Well, do you want to go into the organizational chart that we have been all excitedly looking forward to and anticipating?
Or one before that is HR plan for in-person.
Yes.
And one thing I wanted to let you know is that we are sending out a survey, or not a survey, an email message to each family that chose distance only for grades K through 4. And we're going to see if they want to come back to in-person learning or not third quarter. Actually, we'll do it for all grades, but the grades we're most concerned about would be K through 4. And that's because of the way we set up our in-person learning at the elementary levels. We did a really good job, I think, of determining room limits and then putting kids in those rooms, dividing them up appropriately for recess and those kinds of things. The administrative team is concerned that we may have too many kids who will choose to come back in person, and that would put our ratios at risk. So, we'll be sending out those emails to see if parents want to come back or not. And then thankfully, Carly and Kayla, the 2 student support coordinators, will be able to take that information and see how we can work kids back into school buildings if and when we come back to in-person learning this year. So anyway, I just want to let you know the concern. First, we have space issues, and then second, if we're over the room limits, then we may need to request additional teachers in order to provide that kind of learning. Worst case scenario is that we'd need 5 more teachers, 1 per grade in grades K through 4. I doubt it would be that many. And then would we be able to reduce enough online only kids in order to take one of the distance only teachers back into the classroom? There are a lot of moving parts with that. Sounds like it should be so easy, but it's very challenging. And I know Kayla and Carly were working until 2, 3 in the morning over the summer to try to make everything work. And so that's why we're requesting info from parents sooner rather than later.
I think that sounds awesome. Are you trying to get them to decide maybe by winter break then, or when will the deadline be? And how many elementary students K-4 do we have that opted for only distance this first semester?
Oh, Carly's on the call. I'm not sure if she has access to jump in and give us a number. Also, oh, there's Carly.
If you just give me a second, I'm gonna pull something up and then I can chime in.
Cool. And my other question, Karsten, related to that is, could we ever mix grades? Kind of, like if we get in a bind, I mean, can we do kind of the looping, or not the looping necessarily, but a 2-grade classroom?
I think ideally, yes, but I think it'd be really challenging just because of trying to determine which students would be in which grades. Yeah. And I think at this time of the year, it would be unfair to any teacher to try to give that assignment. Even if it was after Christmas, 2 weeks isn't enough to really plan for something like that. In the future, like next year, I think that's a real possibility. Having combined classes where you try to get people at about the same level, so you can really focus on what those kids need. I think Mike brought that up not too long ago, actually.
Yeah, 12 years ago.
Yeah, and probably every year since.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
So if we're talking space is space and personnel and transportation, I know all those 3 things work very closely together, but if we want to be bringing kindergarten through 4 back only and keeping the high school at hybrid, wouldn't it make sense to use some of the space at the high school so that we'd at least have some space available?
Yeah, I think we could figure out the space availability.
Yeah.
In busing, I think would follow. It might be a little complicated for busing, but I think we could make that work. It's mostly having enough staff members,
right. Yeah.
because, it's all because of room limits. And we do have some rooms that are available at, I think, Burnside. And so we could maybe move some classrooms around. But even that is a major headache at this time of the year.
I know.
Yeah.
Karsten, did you want the numbers then for K-4?
Yeah, please.
So it looks like we have about 155 online only learners at this point, K-4.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and there are some parents who've already expressed interests in coming back because their kids are really struggling with distance only learning or online only learning. And so I'm sure they'll still express interest in doing that, but we'll have to wait and see with the others.
So when is that email going out?
Well, I wanted to mention it at the school board meeting tonight so that people weren't taken by surprise. And so I'm planning to have Lisa start sending out emails starting tomorrow.
Great.
That's
I think
great.
the sooner we know that information, the better for planning purposes. And Carly, while you're on the call, thank you for all that excellent work. I know I can't even imagine the logistics of figuring all that out. So thank you for that hard work, because it's phenomenal, and I know how painstakingly difficult it is. So we appreciate you.
For sure, yes.
Thank you. There's a lot of people involved in that on the team that were a lot of moving parts and flexibility on many different people's parts.
Yeah. Good.
Well, pass along our thank you. Yeah.
Yep. All right. You want to go to org chart now then, Kirsten? And
sure.
We don't have an attachment for that, so maybe you're just a verbal update, I guess.
Yeah, we looked at the latest version of the organizational chart at the last meeting.
Yeah.
The only thing I need to do now is update it if we change the position titles for some of the positions that we'll be looking at later today during the board meeting. So if assuming those get approved, then I'll change the titles in the organizational chart, and then we'll be done with that.
Okay. All right. Hiring substitutes. You want to go to that? I think that's next.
Yeah. And this gets back to the question of if and when we can get back into school. And the hiring of substitutes is going to be one of the critical factors I think we're going to have to consider, because the last thing we want would be too many teachers out, and then all of a sudden we don't have anyone to cover an in-person class. So in a typical year when that would happen, we could always split up the kids into other rooms, and we make it work. That's we don't want that to happen very often, but it does. Of course, with COVID and the room capacity limits, it totally changes what we can and should do. So I'll be working with Amy to capture where we are right now, and then what our plans are, finding additional subs for in December, January, whenever we happen to go back to in-person learning. So want to let you know that that's on our radar. Another thing that's on our radar would be how many of our staff members become vaccinated. The county did notify us that they need to submit a plan to the Minnesota Department of Health, I think within the next 2 weeks. And so they're going to be working with us to develop our plan on how we can get vaccinations to staff members. So that's also going to be a critical factor, because obviously, if someone's vaccinated, there's just a much smaller chance of contracting COVID. So, those are two things that we're going to be looking at. And we may have to request more emergency subs. And I know that's fairly significant cost to the district, but I think to make it work, we're going to need to do something like that.
Chris, I had two things. One, I kind of brought up at the last school board meeting about, making sure we're still getting out that message that we need more people to maybe be in TOC or subs. Because I just want to share a conversation I had, and I won't use names, but I had a conversation with a lady that's an essential employee that literally said, that she would rather take a sick day and try to help the school district and be a substitute in the school district so that her child could stay in-person learning to help her out and have stability. And so I bring that up just in the aspect of, we're getting that dire that people are willing to do that. I think that's being a community and doing what we can to keep our kids in school, of course, but so that's one, just I want to share that story. But then are we considering any other, there's been some differences with the CDC and quarantine rules and stuff. Have we changed our policies or made some changes with that updated recommendations?
Yeah, the governor just issued new guidance for Minnesota in terms of quarantine, number of days for quarantine. So Joni is literally, I saw her maybe an hour ago, and she was reading the governor's order. So, we will be making our changes to be consistent with what Minnesota is directing.
Okay.
But I hesitate to share too many details right now because we really want to review that document first. But yeah, in short, we'll have fewer days of quarantine that's required.
Well, and again, I'd urge us, whether it's Amy too, like maybe we need to get out a little bit more. And I know we've put a lot of effort into rehiring and hiring more people, but maybe another push kind of during this winter break time is an important time, to get people at least realizing that we're going to need it again. And that's just my opinion. But
yeah. Another source would be Every Hand Joined. I know Ross Lexfold reached out to me and said that he'd be willing to help spearhead a level or, kind of an initiative to try to encourage more people to sign up. So that might be we're going to need some community partners to really push it, just to get people on a substitute list. I mean, that's what we're going to be looking for.
Perfect.
Yeah, that would be great to have that partnership with Ross or whomever could in the community, because it's not as daunting as it sounds. And if we could get that message out too, that it's a pretty painless thing, and it's easy. I think people would be willing to help out when they can.
And we do pay $200 a day which I think is a fair price. But we need people who are able to commit to it. That just won't do it once in a while. We need a firm commitment so that we can tell parents that, yeah, we can take your kids into the school setting safely.
Yeah. Right. You have to have more than enough to fill the need.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, you want to go to reporting? Well, I guess did we cover this one? I forget. Reporting responsibility.
Yep.
Employment.
We did.
All right, and then I guess next is the superintendent contract.
Yep. Based on our last committee, I did make the changes that we talked about. So I lowered my monthly car allowance from $350 to $250 per month. And then I added some additional language that wasn't there before in terms of, if I was let go because of terms in Minnesota statute that really has to do with the tenure law, then I would not be able to receive severance. So I added that. It's probably redundant because it was already in kind of the intro paragraph, but I added it in 2 more places again, just in case. So I don't know if you have any questions or not.
Is all the red line? It's just language issues. Oh, there's
Correct.
red line. Yeah.
Yep. Well, the car allowance is decreased from $350.
And the car allowance, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay.
Salary would stay the same for 2 years.
And that's not an increase from last year. I just want to clarify that, right?
It's not an increase from this year.
I'm sorry, yeah, from this year.
Yep.
I guess any other questions or comments on that? I know we're going to bring that to the board tonight, which I'm sure we'll have a lively discussion, but I just want to make sure that if the rest of us have questions, I think it's a really fair thing that we're doing, balancing the severance with the car allowance and the freeze and wage. And I think we had a lengthy discussion, I know, last personnel meeting about, the importance of doing this around kind of our community and district and referendum needs too. So I think, that'll be important to emphasize, I think. So as far as why we went with a 2 year. So
right.
I remind myself while I'm talking. So, but
we discussed the stability piece too, especially in the middle of a pandemic, that it's important because we're going to need some really good leadership coming out of the pandemic and being able to recover and balance that budget that is kind of all over the place right now. So we need as much, I think the historical piece, this historical aspect will work in our favor as well.
Institutional memory.
Correct.
Wow. Thank
Thanks.
you, Mike. Okay, well, any other questions? I don't have any other questions, but Pam or Mike?
On this agenda, I don't know.
Okay. All right, then do we want to go into the teachers on call report, which I think we did have an attachment on?
Yeah, there is. And, really, I'm just kind of providing that as an FYI. And in subsequent meetings, I can have Amy French kind of present it and discuss, trends and, answer questions and that kind of thing. But you can see that our fill rate is significantly lower than last year, even though we have emergency subs. And obviously that's a concern. So we're looking at that as we, consider some proposals for additional emergency subs.
Wow.
So I'm sorry, can the fill rate just being that it's taking a long time to, whether those don't get filled or I guess that's what I'm kind of confused about. Does that mean that they don't get filled, or that it takes a day or 2 or 3 or 4 to get it filled?
Yeah, the first chart that's presented there would be, here, let me look it up here.
Now you've got a pie chart.
Right?
I'm sorry?
Go ahead, Mike. Sorry.
Oh, there's a pie chart, and then there's a separate chart on the right-hand side of that, which they don't exactly.
All right.
Yeah.
I have it up here. So the top one there is how much lead time it takes to fill a sub, and that, you know, if we have more than 24 hours notice, we feel a little better.
But only
The
60%.
Yeah,
Right.
the graph Karsten is talking about is on the second page of that document. It's a line graph.
Ah, there it is.
There it is. And you'll see our fill rate, which is how many positions get filled no matter when they're put in the system. So how many people, if we have absent, you know, in September of 2019, we would have 85% of those positions would have been filled. We're down, you know, 50% of the positions that are going into TOC are being filled right now.
Wow.
That's very concerning. So I can understand where a lot of the pressure is coming from on the staff wise. But do we see any, and again, I'm probably asking way too detailed questions, but are we seeing any trends that's more in the high school or the elementary or anything? Or are these more vacations or just COVID, you know, sickness? And maybe we can't know that, but
I think the best answer is yes, yes, and yes. You know, there are personal days, and usually we have advanced warning on that. We have, you know, teachers who might be quarantined or paras quarantined or out with COVID. You know, and plus, you know, we still have people who get sick from time to time.
yeah,
You know, with non-COVID issues. And so you kind of put all that together, along with reluctance of people to actually, you know, sub in a school building. You know, I think a lot of that will change as the vaccinations are rolled out and given to people. The question is, when is that going to happen? And that's the part that's hard to predict for sure.
Yeah, it's less the absences of our staff. It's the filling, the inability to fill their absences.
Right. Yeah, with predictability, right?
Well, and this isn't unique to Red Wing, is what I understand, that this is kind of a statewide problem and maybe even a nationwide problem.
Yeah, definitely. And even if you look at the red lines on that page,
yeah,
those rates are too low. I mean, teachers on call should be having a much higher fill rate, or we need to be offering enough in order to generate a higher fill rate. And so even in a normal year, it's difficult. And then in a year of COVID, it's really difficult. Yeah, the paraprofessional monthly fill rate is very low.
mm-hmm.
All right, well.
So really, this is just presented as an FYI.
Yeah.
But we do need to think about some strategies, and I know we already are thinking about some strategies, but I don't think we should lose sight of that either. This needs to be, I'm optimistic, when we get back to being in our buildings, we need to have a really good plan in place. So hopefully if we do some work with Ross and the community in terms of really putting the word out there, not just long-term subs, but even, you know, a day here, a day there. I mean, there are some people I think that would be more than willing to help out. So as long as we have some strategies in place, that might be helpful.
Definitely.
Yep. All right. Any other last questions on the TOC report? Okay, then let's go to terms and conditions of employment.
Yeah, really, I just put this item on there as a placeholder in case you had some questions. I did include some position descriptions for the personnel and benefits coordinator, the human resources coordinator, and the latest position description, the human resources manager position. And just to kind of show you how it's changed with time. And you can also review the different grade placements. I will say that second human resources coordinator position, which was done, I think,
in May,
had a grade placement of 21. Jackie and I, reviewed it and had some questions for Bob Bjorklund, the person who does our banding for us. And it was actually changed after that to, hold on a second, to an 18, a grade placement of 18. So when I came up with the current documents being reviewed by the school board, it is assuming a grade placement of 18. If we hadn't made those changes, if she was supervising, people, then it would have been higher at grade 21. But in the end, it turns out that it's a grade placement of 18.
So that'll be just on that. That's reflected in what's on the board packet tonight for the school board meeting when we're approving.
Correct.
Contract.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, we've already set it at the grade 18, right?
Okay.
But I think at the last meeting we talked about just looking at some of the position descriptions so you can see, how they've changed with time, and so there are some changes. And they're significant enough to justify a grade placement change, but they're kind of in the general areas of responsibilities that have always been in that position or a similar position. But when you go through the whole banding process, then you kind of need to set the lane, and of course, if you have a higher band, then generally you should earn more money. So that's why the recommendation's being made.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions on that?
What level, what do we have working now in our human resources? Which position description is relevant?
Yeah, it would be the very last one. So it would be human resources manager with a grade placement of 18.
Right.
So a director would usually mean that you're supervising people. Is that kind of what we generally said?
Yeah, it really varies. I know that if you look on the internet, you see human resources manager, or a manager might manage people or might manage processes, significant processes. So, everyone seems to do it differently. But when we're trying to distinguish who does what, we thought that manager was probably the best title. Really, in the end, though, the title should not determine, the pay grade. It should be the responsibilities. It should be the educational requirements, certifications, job expectations. That's really the bulk of it.
Yeah. Okay. That got your question answered, Mike?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, why don't we go on to other issues? Anything else you need us to cover as a personnel committee, Carson?
Yeah, the grievance.
Yeah.
I did talk to Education Minnesota briefly yesterday and communicated back and forth a little bit today. So they did suggest something that may or may not be appropriate. I just need to get more specifics and then talk to George. And then, I thought, perhaps I could talk to Janie as the chair of the personnel committee, perhaps. So anyway, I'm going to ask to remove that item from the school board agenda tonight. I can certainly talk about, our status update during the administrative reports, but I didn't want to rush any decision. I think it's prudent to have George really look at it along with me, and then we'll come up with a recommendation.
Yeah, I think it's okay to remove it from the agenda. It's awfully long.
Yeah. Right.
You can remove a couple others. That'd be great.
Yeah. I've got some suggestions.
Just kidding.
Well, and I think we're close. I mean, it sounded like when we met on Friday, you guys I think we could come, it sounds like a compromise or something could happen where that would be amenable to both sides. So so what would be the process if you guys come to an agreement? Is the grievance just dropped, or what would our role? Will we have any role other than And I don't, because I mean, I feel like, Pam and I had, and Mike, I guess if you want to share your opinion, but, I feel like we kind of thought in general the district was, that the discipline was warranted and, that just that we wanted to have something amenable to both sides. So.
Yeah, I think, George and I would need to look at it, and then, we want to mesh with kind of the spirit of the thinking of the personnel committee as well. So we're cognizant of that. We'll kind of see where we land on any potential compromise. And, I think it kind of depends on who you talk to. Once it goes to the school board level or the personnel committee, there could be an argument that, well, once it's there, then the personnel committee should really review it, before taking it to the full school board. On the other train of thought, we got feedback from the personnel committee, and George and I could, amend, the letter accordingly. So I think we'll have to kind of play it by ear a little bit.
Okay.
And, if we think it's really out of line with your thinking, then we'll bring it to the personnel committee. If we think it's close, or it's in line, or it's really close, then we could, settle, without taking it to the committee. Yeah, and that's pretty common. Often, like if a grievance goes to the full school board, often the school board can, let's say, deny the grievance, but still give the superintendent, or in this case, the principal, to try to resolve it, before it goes to arbitration. So,
Okay.
yeah,
That's what I was looking for. Yeah. So we could, if you needed us, I mean, we could do a special meeting, I suppose, in December, but I mean, I think I'm fine with you having the authority to kind of, decide on a amenable procedure. I just wanted a reminder of kind of what the next steps were. So, yeah. Mike, do you have any questions, or do you want to comment at all? I don't mean to make you, but if you want.
I would support what my understanding of the committee's idea was, that, and I don't really get why there's a dispute going on. So that's where I am. Yeah, if Karsten and George can settle something that is in line with what the personnel committee stated at the last meeting that I'm sorry I missed, then that would be totally fine and not unprecedented at all.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure you were in the loop and in agreement.
Jenny.
So, yep. All right. Well, any other issues, Superintendent Anderson, or shall we end early on this very unusual time?
Well, thank you, Janie and Mike, for your work on the personnel committee.
Absolutely.
Maybe there'll be one more meeting if we have a special one, but right now,
let's do it just for old time's sake.
Yeah. I told Janie maybe we'd have one on December 31st, a nice, really long one, just to kind of finalize things. Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Well, that to be determined. Thanks, guys.
All right. Talk to you later.
See you later.
Bye.
The meeting agenda, COVID-19 walking zones.
Yeah, Allie from the Center for Efficient School Efficiency, or CISO operations, gave us a chart that's included as an attachment that shows walking zone numbers by 1/10 of a mile. As far as how many, would qualify for busing if we provided service of that grade. So, for example, if you look at the Burnside chart, upper left-hand corner, you see that for kindergartners, if we went to 1.3 mile walking zone, you can see that one additional person would receive service. And so that's kind of the chart that Allie presented to us. We wanted to consider this because, our thinking is we want to reduce the walking zones as much as possible when we're in person or hybrid. And I see Allie just joined us. So we're just looking at your chart, Allie.
All righty, perfect. Have you started mentioning anything, or where should I start for you?
I tried to describe it, but I probably did a poor job. So if you could just maybe explain how you did it and then exactly what the numbers mean, just to make sure that we're on the same page.
Sure. So I started taking data from our software system with the home to school distance for every 0.1 mile. So a student that lives from 1 to 1.1 is in a column, from 1.1 to 2 is in a column, just to keep breaking it out, so on and so forth. Let me pull it up on my screen here. So I grouped the initial, less than 1 mile together, since there's quite a few of them that are less than a mile, and then did kind of the main table from each 0.1 mile. I also grouped them by school and grade. I wonder if I should just present, if that would be easier. I guess just to follow along. I don't want to lose anybody.
Yeah, please do, Allie.
Okay. Let's see. Alrighty, is that up for everybody? Somebody give me a thumbs up. Perfect. Alrighty, so let's see here. So I did each school breakdown. So Burnside, followed by Jefferson, followed by Sunnyside, followed by Twin Bluff. So again, we have our 1 mile or less than 1 mile column totaling to 25 students who are attending Burnside, who are still within the no bus zone and are walking to school. And then again, each 1 mile, 1.1 mile, 1.2 mile increments. Did a total down to the bottom. So we have 5 students who are walking, who are anywhere between 1 mile and 1.1. Again, 1.1 to 1.2, there's 9, so on and so forth. So we've got a total of 32 students who, from the school to up to 2 miles, who are still walking to Burnside. The column next to it represents the number of students within that 2 mile no bus zone who have been added back to busing for each of the grade ranges. So we've added 11 kindergartners back, 5 first graders, 4 second graders, so on and so forth, totaling to 57. And then I did this for each of the different schools, so Jefferson, Sunnyside, and Twin Bluff. So most notably, we've been able to get a lot of Burnsiders back on, since we had a decent number of buses on the road and had the availability after our load count. Jefferson, again, with hazards, we added about 18 so that they weren't crossing highways. Sunnyside and Twin Bluff are a little bit more challenging. They are going to be our bigger numbers for students who are still walking. We currently only have one Sunnyside bus that is on the road, kind of stretching from the entire outer boundary of where the no bus zone reaches. So that one route is fairly long already. So we haven't really added too many back, other than a couple of students who the school have reached out to see if that was a possibility. And again, same thing with Twin Bluff. Not a whole lot of students have been added back. We have 145 that are still walking. These are our most rural routes. The students who are our farthest traveled to school, who already have a fairly long ridership time. We just haven't quite added students back to those buses. We just want to make sure there's enough time and aren't going to increase those ridership times too far past where we like to have those routed to. So across all of our grade ranges, I put kind of a summary at the bottom. We've got 61 kindergartners who are still walking, 50 first graders down the line, totaling to 344 students who are still walking to each of the schools.
And they, right now, none of them would be eligible to ride the bus anyway.
That is correct. Yep, they are within the no bus zone.
And we have, go down to 1.5, which used to be the thing, the number. It's, do we have a total for that? What's between 1.5 and 2 miles that may be eligible?
For each of the schools?
Total?
Let's see here. I can do that really quick for you.
No, that's okay. If it's just that, 3 in Burnside, and I can do the math myself, but you got 17 at Jefferson, and a little bit more, 38.5, 53, 57 at Sunnyside, if I got my math right. It looks like 11 at Twin Bluff. So, okay. Do we have any numbers or information of the ones that, we talked about the ones that are outside of 2 miles that are not riding the bus, they're not walking, they're more than likely getting a ride or have elected to go to another school or something. Do we have any of those numbers at all?
No, that's not something that we've looked at this time, but we could certainly gather that.
Well, I just thought that's what we were trying to figure out, who after, besides the ones that are not taking the bus within the, we're looking at the ones that aren't taking the bus, I guess, so we can move it in slowly, if possible, if there's room. So I guess, I'm not sure if there's an easy way to track that or not, Allie. So I'm just curious, because that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to free up bus capacity. If we have kids that are signed up that are 5 miles away and just actually driving to school or getting a ride, are they willing to let us know that and give up their spot?
Sure. Yeah, I know we had reached out in October once we had done those load counts and received that fairly decent response back from the community. Unfortunately, we weren't able to do that again. We wanted to do load counts again at the beginning of October, and then we're transitioning, so we didn't quite get to that.
And how did the 2 mile work, or less would it work when we were doing the hybrid? Because we didn't have everybody in school every day. Have we talked about that at all?
I guess could you
capacity wise on the buses? We had K through 4 were full time and 5 through 12 were hybrid. So half the kids in 5 through 12 went Monday, Tuesday, and half Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So they would affect our capacity numbers as well.
Yep. So we did have them routed a little over what MDH, MDE had set for spacing guidelines, because again, not every student is going to be riding every single day. But in case kids were, we didn't really want to play the, oh no, we're too full, what do we do now game, with how serious COVID cases could be should somebody become positive. So what they had recommended was right around the 34, 36, 50% of what 77 or, whatever the size capacity of the bus was. So we routed a little bit over that, but we, again, not too far over it.
Sure. Okay. And if we ever get everybody back in school, I'm guessing that we'll increase the number of buses too. We'll have to do that. Because now we're getting over half the kids back in school every day where we didn't have them before. So
I suppose it would depend on the guidelines with MDH too,
Right.
on what they're allowing at that point in time too, which we would revisit at that point.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Haven't heard from you, Holly. You got any comments, questions, Holly?
No, I'm just listening. Because I think about right now, everything is frozen. So we don't know what we don't know until we know it. And that'll be in 5 weeks, maybe 6. So I'm just in a holding pattern. Thank you, Arlen.
All right. Yeah, I just, I guess my only other question is here at this point, were we routed out to the max before we went to full distance learning, or did we have some space, or could we have accommodated a little bit more yet, or were we all? And if we did have space, what would have been recommended to try to cut back on that no bus zone?
Yeah, if I could jump in, Arlen, one thing I asked the routers to do is to set it up so that we could go back and forth between learning models. And so they set it up so that if we were in person, we could still provide busing for all 5 to 12 kids. And of course, that'd be true for in a hybrid, they just have fewer kids. So they did set it up that way in case we went back and forth between learning models.
Right. So were we maxed out before or when we went to distance learning, or was there room for a little bit more on our buses?
Allie, what do you think about the elementary kids?
Elementary is a little tricky. It just depends on if you're talking, are we maxed out on time or are we maxed out on students? How far are we willing to go over that 60 minutes? And are we really willing to go over that 60 minutes when MDH and MDE are recommending that students really not be on routes for more than half an hour or so? So we have been assessing each kind of month if we can add more students back, which is how we were able to get so many Burnside kiddos back, how we were able to get the Jefferson Hazard kids back. So anytime we're doing a load count, we're seeing how many kids are on the buses, what our maximum ridership times are, to see if we can get more students on. That's always kind of what our goal has been, is to try and get as many kids on as we're able to and try and help out as best as we can.
Yeah, and I think I can speak to that a little bit too, Arlen, is, we look like, from the outside eye, it could look like some of our buses are running light, but they are also running at 75 minutes. So that's where in Red Wing, it's hard. We have logistics more than capacity some days to conquer. And so I know I've heard it from families that say, well, this bus, 77 passed by and it was empty almost. And I said, yeah, but that bus is almost running at, 76 to 80 minutes. So it does look empty, but, that's where it gets tough. So we've done a lot of like this when we added these students all back on. We really have been relying on First Student to help us with students that aren't riding for a certain number of days. We're reaching out to families and saying, okay, are you going to utilize a bus service that that we have a seat reserved for you? And and families have actually been really good in responding to us and understanding. I've had families call and say, my elementary student is going to ride, but my high school student's not going to ride. Initially, we thought they were going to, but we're not doing that anymore. So it's kind of fluid when it comes to it, but I'd say we're routed pretty much to what we can get on the bus right now. And it's always a little bit of an extra effort on seeing if we can squeeze more on once we get to these months of the year. When it's cold, it's hard to have our kids walking.
Sarah and Allie, question for you. Let's suppose that we reduced our walking zone for grades K through 6 to 1.9 miles. So we wouldn't, no one at Burnside would, qualify because there's a 0 there. Only one at Jefferson would qualify. Sunnyside would have 4. Middle school would be the biggest, 8. There'd be 12 at the middle school who'd qualify. Would we be able to at least get those kids on a bus safely?
My initial answer is probably no. Allie, you'd have to pull more of the numbers, but 12 kids is a lot on a bus right now. In a normal year, it's not, but it sucks to say 12 kids is a lot of kids to add to a bus right now.
Well, it wouldn't be on one bus. It would be, the Burnside kids would be on their own buses. Jefferson would be on their bus, and so on.
Most of these kids live next to each other, though, so it really is adding it to one bus for middle
like at
school.
the middle or at the Twin Bluff. Yeah, that'd be the one I'd be mostly concerned about.
Yeah, because if we're just looking at that really, 0.10 of an area, they're all living very, very close to each other. So they're really all gonna be on one bus. So adding 12 of them to one bus is difficult. Definitely something we can look at, though. If that's our goal, that's where we start, and we start looking at, but if we can fit 3 on, it's really hard to say to the other 9, sorry, your 3 neighbors got on, or that household got on. That's where it gets tough, and those are really hard conversations, because how do you pick? It's tough.
And I suppose that it would not be advisable if we lowered the walking zone for Burnside, Jefferson, and Sunnyside to 1 radius, but kept Twin Bluff at the higher radius. I mean, I think there'd be some questions, but I have to at least ask the question.
Not this year. I wouldn't think so. If we were just, that's still, Allie, I wouldn't, you could speak to it. I would say we keep it the same standard across the board.
Yeah, I think because there's variation on, how kids are being assigned to schools, and, would there be the parental conversations of, well, I don't want my kid going to this school because they're going to have to walk, and these 3 schools don't have to walk if I'm at this distance. So I think you can kind of get into a little bit of a tricky situation with those conversations if it's not right across the board.
I'm glad you brought that up, Allie, because that's the one factor that's not included here is what happens if we have, let's say, 20 kids in grades K through 4 request in-person learning starting 3rd quarter. So some of them might be within the walking zone, but there'll be others who are not. And then, we'd have to accommodate, those kids first before we lower the walking zones.
Yeah, and part of my speaking to not just lowering or keeping Twin Bluff the same as this year it's the same as all the other schools this year. It's K through 6. If it was a normal Twin Bluff where it was just the older middle school kids, how we normally run it is our youngest get the smaller or the shorter distance. They're only a 1 mile normally, but we just don't have the ability to structure it that way this year.
All right. does the committee, I don't think it's an action item, but it can be, does the committee got anything they want to do on this? Or are we going to, is this just advisory to us at this time? What do you and Holly, you and Jim want? I'm okay. I don't feel I'm qualified to make any more decisions on this at this time, but what are you guys thinking?
Sound like Darth Vader there, Holly.
In what capacity? My head is deep in thought about the buses. Like both Allie and Sarah said, it's not okay to say these 3 families get on and these 9 don't, and you miss the lottery or however, that's determined. It is what it is. I feel like it just is what it is. It's not right. It's not just, it's not fair. And it's kind of out of our hands. I mean, we could say load the buses up. Is that the right thing to do? Is that kind of what you were wondering, Arlen? Because I was in agreement with Sarah and Allie.
Well, I don't know if like I say, I don't know if I'm qualified to say anything different. I guess my first thought is, well, make the bus routes longer, and it's only maybe a couple students that be on the bus a longer time period, but I don't want to jeopardize anybody that we currently have. And these are the people that are hired to figure this out. And I want to honor our commitment to the community that we're going to bus, if possible, as much as we possibly can, our walking zone that we had in the referendum, and we can't obviously do that this year. So this is the best we've been able to do under the circumstances, and I'm looking for direction. Jim, what are you thinking?
I think Sarah and Allie bring up some good points, and we don't know how many kids are outside of 2 miles that aren't riding when they could be riding because we don't have school right now. So I think down the road, once we make a decision to get kids back in school to some extent, then we need to probably converse with them as to what they're seeing and going forward, see if we can adjust it at all. But I'm not willing to or ready to make any changes since currently we're not busing anybody anyway because of the, distance learning. So I just wait and see. We'll bring it back to this committee, whoever's on it in January, February, and we can always address it because it is an issue and a topic that once we get what the government, the MDH, what others are saying about capacity and schools opening, and once we make as a board a decision, I think then they'll have some direction as to how to look at it to see if they can get more kids on the bus. Because I think ultimately they're just like us. They want to get kids on the bus just like we do too. They want to get kids back in school safely as we do too. So I feel free to correct me. I won't agree with you.
Arlen, I can say too, I don't know that it needs to, for you guys, the action part of it. For us, this is something we look at all the time. This isn't something that we only did just for you guys in this meeting tonight. This is something, even in a normal year, walk boundaries are something that we try our best if a family lives on that border to try to help get them to a bus that has capacity room so they can walk out of the boundary and get on a bus safely and get a ride to school, especially these months of the year. This is when we get these calls in a normal year, even not a COVID year. So this is something that's always on our radar and will be something when we go back into an in-person model or a hybrid model, whatever that looks like, to try to get, 344 students is a lot, but even if we can get, like Karsten mentioned earlier, the 12, we would have to justify how we're doing it. And that's something that we're very familiar with. So this will be something that for us in transportation will continue to be looked at.
All right. Yeah, I think you've been doing this since the start of the year. We got these other students that are already out of the 2 mile parameter that we are transporting. And I guess I would assume that we'll continue doing as we are with you and Carson, whoever he designates to work with you and make those decisions until we get further into this next year.
Sounds good. We'll continue.
So with that, unless somebody has something else, I think we'll move down the agenda to the next item. So next on the agenda will be
It'll be the agreement with First Student.
yep.
And so Sarah's done a lot of this work for some other school districts, and so we asked her to work with us to figure out the appropriate rate of payment for First Student, considering the fact that we're in distance learning. So if we can hand it over to her, she can explain what she came up with.
Yep, I can talk to it. So this is something that's being done across the state right now, where our MOUs for how we're going to pay our contractor during this distant learning model, so that we still have bus drivers when we bring our kids back in person. It's this MOU is for paying them at an 85% of what their normal rate would be. And then that is minus fuel and fluid expenses that they can deduct out. So we're at that 85%. It's kind of the magical number, I will say. It is what I don't have any districts that I'm aware of paying less than that. There are several districts paying more than that. We even have a neighboring district paying at 100%, which is actually not part of state guidelines. We're definitely supposed to deduct that fuel cost, which if you're paying at 100%, that's not deducted. So one thing that is kind of costing us a little more this year, a lot more right now actually, in a hybrid model with a 2-tier system, our contract with First Student is not set up for a 2-tier system. We run 1 tier, and so we are a 3-hour base with them. And to run 2 tiers, it's an easy 2 hours in, 2 hours out kind of setup. So we are getting a large rate for our quarter hours, and those are adding up quickly. So one thing that I did add to this MOU is that we are not going to pay distant, an 85% of these quarter hours. I mean, they're around $20,000 a month, and we're used to paying $800 a month. That's how different it is. So First Student has actually agreed to that too. They said they would just cut their quarter hours down to what we would normally pay in a normal non-COVID year, which is about $600 a month. Excuse me. And so that was something that I was pretty happy that they are willing to work with us on, because that's a cost we shouldn't have to pay if we're not running our buses at all. So that is that number 2. That's what that reference is. Number 3 is if we were going to use our buses if we're going to use First Student for anything, meal routes, materials, anything we needed, we would still pay them closer. We would add their fuel back in, so we'd be at a 90%. So that's what number 3 references. And then number 4, the whole purpose for doing this is to ensure that we have our drivers ready to go to transport students when we are ready to bring them back into any kind of in-person model or hybrid blended learning platform. So number 4 is it requires First Student to continue paying their drivers throughout this time while we're in a distant learning model. Does anyone have any questions I can help navigate?
Jim, Holly?
I do not have any questions.
Me neither.
Okay. Carson, this is not an action item, or?
It is proposed for this evening school board meeting. And that's largely because we just want to make sure we set those arrangements as soon as possible, instead of delaying it and then all of a sudden we're going over a week or 2 of service.
Okay, so Jim, Holly, myself, do we want to make a recommendation on this, or just let it go?
I think we should go forward. It's fine. It looks like a lot of thought went into it. So looks like a good document, especially since First Student's also agreeable to it.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of recommendation we'd make other than we recommend listening to them.
Okay.
Kind of following the lead.
Well, we recommend the MOU, so that's what we're doing, I guess.
Yep, I guess I'm totally on board on it. I could have said it first. I'm trying not to stir you guys, so I hope you don't take it that I'm trying to hide behind you, because I'm not. I just want to make sure that the committee speaks, and I'm in favor of doing this. It sounds like it's consistent on the lower end with what other districts are doing, and our contractor's agreeable. I think that's a good thing.
And Arlen, you can't steer us wrong. I mean, I've watched you run race cars, so I don't think you can steer us wrong on that.
Well, I could, because I'm thinking about getting back in the car this year.
Oh, no.
And that would probably be a mistake, but I would have last year until COVID hit.
Okay.
And something I won't be, the older I get, the faster I was.
I understand.
So the recommendation from the committee is to approve the MOU with First Student, I guess. So are we done on this item?
Do we want to say we approve? I think we want to recommend that it goes to the full board for approval. That's really what we want to say.
Well, I guess if you want to make it, I guess that was just that we're
Sure.
recommending this tonight. It's at the full board tonight.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you, Sarah and Ellie.
Yeah, thank you guys. Have a great night.
You too. Thanks.
Take care.
All right. Just so I don't get tied up on time, Carson, are we going to have much on high school land lease agreement, or?
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up before.
I just want to know how much time we need to keep for that.
Yeah, we are very close to an agreement, but I do not have anything to present tonight. And there were multiple suggested changes going back and forth, and so I want to see a clean copy before it goes to the board. We have a couple of sticking points. I think one will easily be resolved in our favor. The other one, though, has to do with liability resulting from the existence of that tower. And so the latest I heard from IPS is that they want to see our lease agreement with HBC, but that lease agreement has not been finalized yet. So that's going to be the one sticking point.
Okay, is it realistic that that could be ironed out and ready for action before the 15th of December?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure about the HBC agreement, so it'll come down to if IPS is willing to accept some language with regard to that. So that's certainly possible. We can come up with a language, but I'm not sure if they're going to say yes because of the tower lease not being there.
Okay.
Kirsten, we do have an old lease that is in place on the tower that we could share with them. It's just the renegotiated one is not ready.
Yeah, and we could certainly share that with them. It's outdated, so I'm not sure if they would accept that, as enough information, but we can certainly try.
Yep.
I'm just looking for meetings if we are going to try to have to move something along in a hurry before the 15th. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Yeah.
It's a board meeting. Next Monday is not a board meeting. There is new candidate or new school board member orientation next Monday. Next week, Tuesday is the 15th. And if to put notices out for a meeting and everything else, it looks like unless something happens the next day, it's pretty unrealistic to have anything done before the 15th. Is that correct?
Yeah, the only possibility would, because obviously the three of you want to be able to look at the agreement, before recommending it. And, we could have a short special session on Monday the 14th in order to approve a document. and then go right away into the orientation. If you guys take a look at it first, I think it'd go quickly. But I just want to make sure that the three of you and Kevin and Jackie all have the ability to review it before we take it to the board.
So that would be possibly next Monday afternoon prior to that meeting I don't think
I
we
would.
want to meet Saturday or Sunday too much. I guess we could, or be Friday or something, if Polly and Jim are receptive to it.
Let's stay at Monday before the orientation, if we need to be.
Leave that on reserve to do that if something comes up in the next day or two.
Yes, I won't be there on Monday either.
Oh, okay.
For my surgery, so yeah. So
when will you be out, Holly?
I will be out. The surgery is the 15th, so I'll be out the 14th through at least January 4th. That first Monday back from the break.
So if we had a proposed agreement this week, at least you could take a look at it, ask some questions.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the most important part of all this is that the three of you have a chance to review it and ask questions to make sure that we're on the same page. I really think if the three of you are good with it, that board approval will be relatively easy.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, if you get something later this week, that's fine. Schedule an emergency meeting or a special meeting or whatever you need to do.
Okay.
All right. There, we're done with that now. I put Brent off, but I didn't want to cut him off early if we didn't need to. So we're ready to go over to food service update.
All right. So inside the agenda, you should all have access to the food service update. So what I did is took a look at the three different areas that I'm overseeing. Obviously, concessions this year, there isn't really anything to report there, just due to the COVID-19. Wellness committee, one thing that I kind of wanted to point out on there for the committee is that I did put the link on there. We were lucky to work with Amanda Peterson just prior to the school year. And Arland, I think this was a couple meetings ago. This is that link to the wellness resource for staff. So I just wanted to make sure that you guys had seen the work that the wellness group did, and then the help with Amanda Peterson as well. So definitely check out the link, and it's usable by staff. And that's kind of what I want to say on the wellness committee. Just I'm very thankful to have a lot of teachers right now are definitely going above and beyond, and definitely the ones that are assisting on the wellness are they are doing a lot in their buildings to try and really help out their fellow teammates, whether it be mental health, whether it be walking challenges, you name it. So in the coming months, we'll start to see a little bit more of those types of items come. Some things that I want to point out in the food service program issue is we did have to reduce our feeding locations. So we were up to about 11 locations for the last, since November 16th, the distance plan, when we kicked off the November 16th distance learning. By December 2nd, the last Wednesday, we did reduce our locations to just the school locations. Food service is starting to, obviously, like all the other programs, experience higher absence due to COVID-19. And one thing that I just wanted to let the group know is that during these operations with the distance learning, it's become imperative to really use or to kind of start branching out into the cafeteria as we start to as we started to change our model to do a lot of the prepping for a lot of the community as well. So just wanted to say thank you for allowing food service to have the space in the cafeterias to really space out our program, prevent any of our kitchens from having to fully go down during this time. It's important to note too that food service, we have been in serving under the summer food program since March of 16. The program really hasn't had a break. We've continued to answer the call for our local community and for our kids in the community as well. As you can see, we have served, and this was prior to December 2nd's number, 405,447 meals. and that does not include the 11,000 from last Wednesday's distribution. One other kind of caveat that I wanted to touch on was food services also stepped up to assist the compensatory aid. With the help of the district administration team, we did identify 21 staff with their help. I did develop the script along with the verbiage for their pairs and staff to use through a Google Doc. We did reach out to all families in the district. We did not specifically target paid, free, to reduce, so all families received a call encouraging them to fill out the education or the application for educational benefits. So we have started to see a lot of that trickle in online in paper format. Melinda and I have worked really hard in trying to process and try and get our compensatory aid, or at least our free and reduced numbers, up by the December 15th Mars data submission. So I wanted to thank a lot of the staff that stepped up for that too. That was many people across many buildings, secretaries, a lot of paras. So I just wanted to say thank you for those individuals kind of taking this on top of everything with the distance.
Say, Brent, how many applications are we down compared to last year?
I'd have to look. We've had a lot come in. As an example, today, what I grabbed from Melinda, there was about 20 to 30 applications, and every day online, the ones that I've been processing has usually been anywhere between 5 to 8. And so I do think our numbers are going to be up or much better than it was in November. However, I really won't know how it shakes out until we get closer to that Mars submission. I'm trying to wait to pull that until that last minute so that we get the best possible or the highest possible number.
Say, Brent, I've got to thank you for your work on this. I think it's probably over and above what most food service directors are doing, but coming up with a plan to use existing staff to call every family in the district, I thought was very well done. So thank you. And
I wish I could take credit for it, but it actually came from a conversation with Justin Pline. So if he is listening out there, I just wanted to say I can't take credit for it. It just kind of came up in conversation, and it dawned on me that that was probably a really good idea. So, really the thanks should go to Justin Pline and just working as a team, and it came out in conversation. So, So thank
Very
you.
good. Yeah, thanks, Brent.
The snapshot, the second page is kind of the nitty gritty of the food service department. At the very top, I just kind of want to showcase what the distance meals were that went out on the 18th, the 25th. And then I wanted to put a caveat in there too, that we really tried to purchase a lot more local items, just realizing that local at this time is significantly, or at least supporting our local farmers is extremely important. So food service is putting a priority on servicing those families first over doing Reinhardt bids as well. So one thing that we kind of wanted to highlight is on the November 25th meal that went out, we ended up doing turkey dinner. So it was a frozen item that families could heat up, and the turkey in there was from Ferndale. We try to buy what we can locally if it's available. So I just kind of want to put a little caveat out there that a lot of the families that received the meal were getting a very good, high quality local product. So food service, we will continue to provide meals over the winter break as well. So as we approach December, or the winter break, the 2 weeks there, I believe it's December 21st to the 23rd, we will be kind of prepping for meals to do distribution. More information will come out to families and how we'll tackle that later this week. What was really, is really neat, but also kind of shocking is we were up by over 3,000 meals from just last Wednesday. And so we're starting to see, and I don't know if colder weather is starting to play that, but when you look at the November 25th, the 8,218 meals, we are well over 11,000 just on the December 2nd distribution. So it doesn't seem to matter that we went down in the number of locations. We're still getting really good participation. And we did add another hour, so families every spot except Cobble can now get meals from 7 to 9 a.m. Cobble we limited just because school is back there, and we wanted to prevent any kind of safety issues that would result from a meal distribution from that 7 to 8 when they are just kind of getting their day up and going. And the bottom part is really just kind of showing you the reimbursable rates. So, and not that you can compare any year with COVID, but if I was to take a look at last year at this point, and that's really what I did, is to kind of break down the numbers so that we could take a look to see how many breakfast and lunch we were serving and what our total really looked like, and where we're at currently right now, and then the difference in the reimbursable rates. And then I did do a little caveat on just that difference. You can see really under the summer food program how much cleaner things are versus the National School and Breakfast program. They really there's a lot of different things that funnel into the paid, such as federal and state rates versus just a flat rate when we look at the summer food program. It is about an 80-cent difference. So pretty significant when you look at school districts. And we've been very fortunate to be part of the few districts in the state that are doing as well as we're doing during a pandemic. So, and we continue to see increasing numbers. So I just have to say, I couldn't do it without the staff that we have. I can't tell you that. It's not just me. They're the ones that deserve the credit. They've been in the kitchens. They've been working since March 16th. So it's one thing to lead the department. There's no words that I can tell them.
I think that's awesome, Brent. Thank you.
Thanks, Brent.
Very exciting to hear about the local connections too, and that families were getting that nice of a meal and that people are utilizing that food in some capacity. What it tells me is that they need it.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels really good to be able to provide that for people. And I thank you for leading it. And I know everybody else is doing a fantastic job because you said so, and I believe you.
Yeah. And, I'm very hopeful that, the world of nutrition, I think, is really going to change as we look to the spring. There is a lot more talk on universal meals. So I think I can probably say child nutrition is really turning a page. And so more things to kind of come as we start to look at, state and federal budgets here after the new year. So.
Thank you, Brent. I don't know if Jim and Holly have seen the meal packs that you're putting out. I happened to see one of the lunch ones, I guess, or I don't know if what you do on breakfast, and it's like a frozen TV dinner type of setup, I guess is what way to say it. I wasn't trying to figure out if you packaged it yourself or not. And now after hearing you talk, it's obvious you did if you're using the local produce and meat. And I watched a family member prepare one of these and stuff, and it's really neat the way it works out. Very impressed with it. When I was with that family member, they were preparing one. I only question is, I said, so how do you know how much time to cook it? And I don't know if there's something that you have that you could, if it's an issue to anybody to have instructions to spend X amount of time in the microwave or not. I mean, it's trial and error, I guess, in the end, but it was very, very neat the way it worked out. I think it was a shredded pork type of thing that I saw the day I saw this one. And yeah, just awesome.
Perfect. I did, in a way to try and reduce the paper with the number of meals that have gone out. Early on, when we started the distance, we kind of put a little blurb in there about the heating instructions being found online. So I'll just kind of make a note to do that from time to time, just so families kind of remember where that is. So I did go in and update the food service webpage and kind of put a link in there for families. So
it may not be an issue at all, but I just thought you should just say that maybe one sheet of paper that comes with the whole package for the week, microwave on high for X number of minutes, or peel the cover back or open it a little bit or whatever, if you have such a thing. And if you don't, I guess if people are hungry, they're gonna figure it out. One other question, financially, where are we sitting now? I didn't see that, maybe it was in there, but are we, is our revenue higher than our expenses at this point?
I might have to pull on Jackie where we're at. You know,
Right now, the way we're tracking is yes, for the school year, our revenue is higher than our expenses. Like Brent said, our reimbursement rate for food service is 80 cents higher per meal than it's been in the past. We'll see that more as we start looking at the revised budget in January with the finance committee. We'll have to update the numbers to those new reimbursement rates. Because when we did the adopted budget last spring, we were planning on running the school nutrition program. So we've had good numbers coming in, our reimbursements higher, and our expenses are very similar. How Brent is packaging food is we use some of our COVID CARES dollars to purchase a device. I don't even know. Oliver is all I know, an Oliver packaging system. So now all food service is providing is the trays that we have to purchase every once in a while to restock.
yeah. So you will see, I do know, like, obviously paper supply is going to be much higher. And with working with the Oliver sealing machine, it's Oliver actually lets you have the machines. You just pay for the shipping. So the machines really only costed $75. And then what you end up doing is ordering the paper supply from them. So the equipment actually didn't cost us anything. But of course, you'll see where my paper supply, of course, will be much higher this year than previously.
Thank you, Brent. Jim, you got any questions, comments?
Sounds good. Thanks for the update.
Thank you. Is there anything else to come before the committee? If not, I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We'll see you in a few minutes.
Ollie's nodding her head, Jim's moved, and we're adjourned. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
Okay.
Thank you. And we got done in less than an hour.
5. We'll go ahead and do roll call, starting with Mr. Christensen.
I am here.
Mr. Derricks,
Here.
Ms. Fair,
Present.
Ms. Jones,
Present.
Ms. Tower,
Here.
Mr. Bryant,
Present.
and Chair is here. So all 7 school board members are present this evening. We'll go ahead and rise and say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag
of the
of the United States of America
and
and to the republic for which it stands,
one
nation,
under
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Chair, we should also just recognize the fact that today is Pearl Harbor Day and remember, keep all the veterans and the Pearl Harbor people, veterans and military that gave up their life that day. So we want to thank them and keep them in our thoughts and prayers.
Thank you. It's a very important day. Absolutely. I've asked Mr. Christensen to say our mission statement for the evening.
The mission of the Red Wing Public Schools is to educate and inspire all students as they realize their full potential and become respectful, responsible, and productive citizens.
Thank you. We have a very lengthy agenda in the board book that's been posted. Are there any changes that need to be made to the agenda? Janie?
If it was agreeable to you, Madam Chair, and the rest of the board, I was hoping that we would have the possibility of adding a motion, if reasonable and possible, during the 5.9, I believe it is. Yep. The COVID issues and related things. I possibly would like to make a motion during that time. I just want to make sure that that would be okay.
Discussion? Questions?
Can we have questions now?
Well, we're voting on the agenda change, so I think we have to vote on the change of the agenda.
Because I had another change.
Okay.
Yeah, it was unrelated to Janie's. That's why I was like, should I be asking questions about Janie's or? I was wondering
better at this order. Is that correct? Do I have that right?
I'm sorry, what?
I was just asking Arlen if I had that correct and asking for discussion of that item before we move on.
Well, I think we would normally make a motion because she wants that to approve the agenda with the addition. And then Holly had something, you might want to see what that is. And then I wanted to make sure, I better wait, I guess. I was just checking on the Wonders 2020 vote, if that was in the agenda.
Okay.
But what is Janie's motion?
Well, I think it would be more appropriate to discuss that during that agenda time.
So maybe
why would we be discussing it now?
COVID-19 agenda item.
Right, so it would just be inside that agenda. We don't need to do anything with it.
Okay.
Correct.
So that's not really a change or deletion from the agenda.
No.
That's
Yeah,
Okay.
the only thing is that
At
it's,
any time. Yeah.
Okay.
it's essentially a notice that that there might be a motion made instead of just a discussion or a report. So it's just a prior notice.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. All right, Holly, sorry about that.
Yes, I was wondering if we could move the expenditure for the Wonders curriculum into the consent agenda instead of making it a separate talking, because our agenda is fulfilled tonight. Could we just add that to the consent agenda as an expenditure? And then if we need to discuss it further in the future, we could do that.
Comments? Discussion?
Sounds like anything to make this go quicker, but I don't know if others have an issue with that because I guess it could always be pulled.
Yeah, no, I think it makes sense to just execute it.
Or do I make a motion to accept the consent agenda, adding Wonders curriculum expenditure to it?
Well, that's an agenda item coming up.
You want to make a motion to amend the agenda. That's what you want to do.
Yeah, to amend the agenda and add it to the consent agenda.
I don't know. I've never heard of us adding to a consent agenda item. I don't know the procedure on that.
Me neither. But I just know our agenda is packed tonight, so I thought if we could just move some things along and.
Yeah, and if I could jump in, I'm not sure what the procedure is either, but I think Holly's suggestion is clear and transparent, and so I think we could add it to the consent agenda, and like someone said, we could always pull. If somebody wants to pull that item, that can certainly happen.
Right.
All right. So we're adding the one-year curriculum to the consent agenda. Okay. So with those changes, anything else on the agenda before we vote on the agenda to approve? All right, so I need a motion to approve the agenda with those notices
So
of
moved
change.
by Mike.
Second. Can I
Holly?
second the motion? Okay, second.
Any other discussion? All right, then we'll take a roll call vote, starting with Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Bear?
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Tower?
Aye.
Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So the agenda passes 7-0. All right. First up is the truth and taxation hearing. Jackie?
All right, good evening. Give me a second here and I'll pull up my presentation. Somebody want to give me a verbal, you can see my slides.
This is Pam, I can see it.
We can see it. Okay. So this is the truth and taxation hearing for taxes payable in calendar year 2021. State law requires we present information on this year's budget and actual revenue and expenses for our prior year, so for last school year. It also requires we present information on the proposed levy, including the percentage increase over the prior year and purposes and reasons why the levy has increased or decreased. So the next couple of slides talk about who has a role in setting the school district's levy. So the state legislature and the governor's administration established overall property tax policy for the state, that they have the sole authority to create levy options for school districts and control the school levy parameters, including the amount of state aid and tax bases used for levies. So the school board, the 7 of you, participate in the state educational program for children, which are financed entirely by levies or a combination of levy and state aid. We ask the voters to approve referendums for general operations or major capital projects, and we can only decrease the levy from the parameters set by the legislature without an election after September 30th. So this is kind of a visual of the levy budget cycle for schools and how schools are different from a city, a township, or a county. So the legislation occurs in early 2020. The tax levy decision is the same for us and for the city and county. We're the purple and a city county is the red. For the city and the county, their budget will start right away January 1st and run from the whole calendar year of 2021. So our collections of the levy will start in January, but these proceeds won't be used by us until next fiscal year or next school year. So for the 21-22 school year. This is our actual revenue and expenditures budget. It is what the board approved back in June. It also was published in the paper near the end of November. I believe it was the last Saturday in November. This was published in the Republican Eagle. So just to look at where our revenues come from, you can see on the prior year and our current year budget, the majority of our revenues come from state sources, with the next largest chunk coming from local property taxes, federal, and then local aids such as fees, rent, and interest. Again, we're a pie graph look at our expenditure budget. So again, the majority of our expenses are salaries and benefits for staff in both fiscal years. Coming up next there are purchased services, so contracted services, utilities, and repairs all fall in that area. Here is a look at our proposed 2020 property taxes compared to the levy of in calendar year 20. So payable 2021 compared to what has been paid in calendar year 2020. As you can see, our general fund is decreasing by $454,000, about a 4.8% decrease. Community service fund is increasing by about $11,000 or 1.98% increase, mostly in the child care area. And our debt service fund is decreasing by 5% or $88,000. The biggest reason for the decrease in our general fund budget, as you can see right up here, is in referendum. Our referendum is based on the number of students we serve, and local optional also is based on the number of students we serve. And as that number decreases, so does our levy amounts for the referendum and local optional revenue. Just comparing a bar graph, comparing where the dollars go. As you can see for pay 20 and pay 21, the dollars for debt service and community service did not change much. And you can see the decrease there in the general fund levy. Some property tax comparisons on different market rates. Calendar year 2020 is in the red, calendar year 21 is in the purple. As you can see, most homestead values in residential property are going to see a property tax decrease for the upcoming property tax year on the school portion. And again, some commercial and industrial property comparisons, again, seeing a decrease, and then on the ag homestead. Oh, I did include ag non-homestead as well for your reference. Again, we're seeing that decrease. So our overall total levy decreased 4.6% or $532,000, primarily due to decreased enrollment that we are currently experiencing in the 2021 school year that we're expecting to maintain in the 21-22 school year. We're not expecting to have another large decrease in enrollment like we saw this year, but we're also not looking for a large increase in enrollment either. Are there any questions on the truth and taxation hearing from the public or from the board? All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, Jackie.
Thanks, Jackie. So, Arlen, go ahead.
I move we open the public hearing.
Seconded by Mike.
Motion made by Arlen, seconded by Mike to open the public hearing. We'll take a roll call vote on that, starting with Ms. Fair.
Aye.
Ms. Jones.
Aye.
Ms. Tower.
Aye.
Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Mr. Christensen.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So we are open to the public hearing 7-0. And at this time, do we have any public comment on our truth and taxation? Any other business in our truth and taxation? One more time, any comments for the truth and taxation? Okay, so seeing none, I will look for a motion to close the public meeting. Is that the correct order, Arlen?
Yes, I just had the comment. I was going to move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion made by Arlen, seconded by Jim to close the public hearing. We'll start the roll call vote with Ms. Jones.
Aye.
Ms. Tower.
Aye.
Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Mr. Christensen.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Fair.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So the Truth and Taxation public hearing is now closed. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Jackie, for preparing that for us. That presentation is listed in the board book as an attachment, so it's there for further viewing, which is very helpful. All right, moving on in our agenda then, I will just call attention to our educational plan, which is always in our agenda packet as well for your reference. And the next item is recognition and upcoming events. Janie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to share, I got to actually reach out to my daughter's 5th grade teacher this week, and I just wanted to encourage other community members to maybe do that. Like, it really was just a nice way to have a conversation. I had remembered Kirby Hansen encouraging all community members to maybe call rather than email and just have a nice conversation. And it really was so great to kind of get an update and hear how things were going from a teacher's perspective, and get to hear the things about your child that you usually would hear at a conference during normal years. So just want to recognize again all of our teachers for doing a great job, and to encourage our community members to maybe reach out to those teachers, because it is great to kind of make sure that your kids are doing well, and ask if there's anything that could be doing, being done differently, making sure that they're getting online when they're supposed to, of course, and that there's no issues in the background. So just wanted to share that. So great job, Mrs. Carlson.
Thank you, Janie. Brecken.
Yeah. So I just have about 2, maybe 3 things, just really more of upcoming events. So we have senior pictures that are due on the 18th. So if you haven't gotten those in already and you're a senior, please make sure you get those in so our yearbook team can put your picture in our yearbook. And then speaking of yearbooks, Mrs. Roush and her yearbook class, they're working really hard on that. So I just want to give them a little shout out for that, especially in the year of 2020 with COVID. I imagine that it's very difficult to make a yearbook when we're all online learning. So I just want to give a shout out to them for working so diligently. And then for my last little item, we have January 22nd as the last day of Q2. So that's coming up here next month. So just something to be thinking about in the back of your mind. Other than that, I have nothing to report.
Thanks, Brecken. It's so nice to see you and hear your voice, and know that our students are still out there. We always appreciate your input and your voice at the table. Thanks. Any other public comment?
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Not public comment, sorry. Recognitions and upcoming events. Okay, seeing none, then we will move to public comment. I have received 1 public comment request. Karsten, have you had any? No? Okay, so we have 1 person that will be presenting this evening. Joanna Jager, she is a 6th grade teacher, and just a couple of pieces of reminders for our guidelines that we limit comments to 3 minutes. We're not going to be addressing, we may not be addressing the issue that you will be bringing up this evening. And we expect comments to remain respectful and appropriate, and not identify any current or former students, their families, or staff members by name. So with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to Joanna for your comments. Thanks for being here.
Right. Well, thank you for having me. Like she said, I'm a 6th grade teacher. I have been teaching for 19 years. I have my master's in curriculum and instruction, as well as my K-12 reading licensure. And in all of my 19 years of teaching, I've been a reading teacher. What has brought me here to address you today is that I'm expressing my concerns in regards to the lack of an instructional materials review for language arts. In the last 3 years, I have seen the science and math departments go through such a process. Language arts was scheduled to have a review process during the 2019-2020 school year. It was delayed. In August, I heard from a coworker that the district was considering purchasing Wonders for the 6th grade language arts. I checked with my language arts team members and no one had heard about the potential purchase. I spoke in the fall and expressed my concerns about implementing Wonders at the 6th grade level. I offered to create daily step-by-step teaching guides for our current language arts units for my teammates to implement in their classrooms as they move to teaching all subjects. I did this for 2 reasons. I firmly believe in the strength of our units, and the cost of implementing these units was drastically less than the Wonders purchase. I was told the potential purchase for Wonders for 6th grade would be around $60,000. To implement the current units that we have in place, the cost was a little over $6,000. My language arts team members and I have worked hard over the last 3 years. We have created units that follow the Minnesota state standards, have common assessments, a common benchmark assessment, and we have developed a strong differentiation system for our students that meets all their needs. As a result, we have seen numerous examples of success at all levels for our students. The lack of 2020 MCA testing leaves us without a significant data point to further demonstrate how things are going at the 6th grade level. But our benchmark assessment data showed our students meeting our end of the year goal in the winter. And this had a predictor MCA pass rate of over 75%. I was notified on Friday that the district was going to go through with purchasing Wonders for the 6th grade. This decision was made without allowing the 6th grade language arts teachers to either pilot or review available resources. I have numerous concerns with this. First, in my professional opinion, it is not appropriate to align 6th grade to the elementary grades. I feel it is more appropriate to align 6th grade to 7th grade, 8th grade, and beyond. In fact, our state standards for language arts are split up into 2 sets, K-5 and 6-12. Second, there was not an instructional materials review done. We were informed that that was the resource we were to use without my fellow team members nor I ever seeing the 6th grade Wonders resource. Why weren't we given the professional courtesy to be a part of the decision-making process as other departments have been? Third, it is my understanding that nothing is being purchased at this time for the grade levels above 6th grade. Why aren't we performing a full materials review for grades 6-12? Fourth, why are we rushing to purchase a resource for only 6th grade without following the review process? I have one request. I request that the district allow us to complete the review process so that 6th grade is able to align with 7th grade and beyond. There is a need for language arts resources beyond the 6th grade. We should be doing the best we can for our students. That means taking our time to review materials that will assist us in doing what is best for them, while allowing for the opportunity to vertically integrate and align our resources. The district should be including the stakeholders in this decision. We are, after all, the ones who the district hired and trusted to teach language arts to its students. Thank you.
Joanna, the typical process here is that I provide a brief response. In this case, of course, the Wonders curriculum for 6th grade is included as a consent agenda item. So there might be discussion, at that time of the meeting. But I can say, first of all, I've enjoyed working with you for over a decade now on the calendar committee. And of course, I see you frequently elsewhere as well. And so we thank you for your work and for your expertise in language arts. And so, because that is included as part of the consent agenda, I think we'll defer any other information in case there's some questions at that time.
Okay.
We really appreciate you coming forward and sharing your thoughts and your opinions and your comments, and we'll definitely be talking about that later on in the agenda. So thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other public comment? I don't have any others. So we will move on to the professional development update with Jess Whitcomb and Mike Pagel.
All right. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I believe that Jess is going to go into present mode, so we'll kind of walk through the document that I believe was shared with you all. So we'll give her a second to pull that up. There we go. Okay. All right. So Jess and I just wanted to take a little bit of time to update the board on some of the professional development activities that have been going on this fall. As you know, obviously in 2020, we've had a couple of big changes an adoption of a new K-5 reading curriculum. And then on top of it, as it turns out, we've had a pandemic, which pushed us into pretty quickly into Google Classroom and one-to-one Chromebooks and all sorts of tech-related things that I don't know that we were prepared for. So we're just going to take a few minutes to kind of walk through and just sort of briefly highlight some of the professional development that has gone on since really we're going to back up to last March. So Jess, if you want to go to the next slide. So first of all, just when we couch any of this, we couch it around sort of the teacher expectations that were set. And if you recall, these were actually part of that return to learning plan that the board approved back in summer, except for that very last one that says added. So again, those expectations responsible for student learning in the classroom. Student to teacher interactions will be required on a daily basis per course. Teachers will be available for students during the assigned class period. Teachers were asked to keep up a Google Classroom in every scenario. And then the one that was added was using common summative and formative assessments per course or grade level. And then on the accountability side, it was placed on principals and assistant principals to hold staff accountable to teacher expectations through monitoring those Google Classrooms and attendance. So that was just kind of the background of sort of those expectations that we set back in the summer. So if we back up to last March, as I very vividly remember, personally coming back from a wonderful trip to Europe and had about a day, and then everything suddenly broke loose. And on March 13th, we learned that we were going to be off of school for 2 weeks and returning then 2 weeks later, fully distanced. And so just to kind of where we were at, sort of at that point, to, I think, kind of better paint a picture of really how far we've come. At that time, we had probably a handful of teachers around the district that were actively using Google Classroom, probably more of those at the secondary level. We had actually were working through a sort of a pilot of Google Classroom and had moved into Schoology, or vice versa. I can't remember which it was now, but we were working through that. So we had a couple of teachers at each grade level that were part of that. And then all of a sudden, we learned in pretty short order that we needed to be ready to be fully online. So what we did back in March on the 18th, 19th, and 20th is we worked with Tierney Brothers out of the Twin Cities to offer our teachers some more or less a crash course in Google Classroom to get us as prepared as we could be in 2 weeks to move to distance learning. So that really started at the building level. I vividly remember being at Sunnyside in the gym together and walking through how to set up a Google Classroom in the most basic terms and how to utilize Google Meet in the most basic terms. From there on the 19th and 20th, we offered those Tierney courses, Google Classroom 101, 201, and 301. The 301 at that time was optional, and really for those teachers that were feeling as though they were feeling pretty well equipped and were looking for some next level support. So that was where we started in the spring. And then obviously as we worked our way through the spring, teachers developed some proficiency and some other needs came out. Jess, I'm going to pass it to you.
There we go. I'm off mute there. So as we kept going, what happened then is we learned a lot from what feedback we got from teachers and feedback we got from families, and also I think from all of you about what maybe wasn't working well in the spring and what we needed to change in August and going in. So what we did was we did some more training on, I'm not going to redo all of it, but the training on the Google Classroom was we did a whole nother 101, 201, 301, and then we went through the Wonders training, Google Chrome extensions for the teachers who are a little bit further along now in their process with Google Classroom. We did some Go Guardian training, and then also had some My Math for the newer teachers and for the teachers that hadn't taught math before. Let's see. Then we also did some follow-up to the trainings from Wonders in September and October. We had some training for Wonders in for the administration, so they could kind of coach the teachers along and have that knowledge base when some questions came up. We also had My Math admin training to have the same thing happen, so that the principals are in that instructional leader role and really are the backbone to making sure that that curriculum is supported. We also have some learning letters that go out to teachers that kind of put them through how to get to professional development on the websites for My Math and for Wonders, so they can kind of go through that on their own pace and really differentiate it a little bit more. We also have some emails that come in consistently. It's getting a little quieter, but some individualized follow-up to make sure that some data dashboards are working or not working through our rep, and really troubleshooting some things that are problem solving with teachers, and then with our rep from McGraw-Hill. Charlie McLaughlin also was very helpful in troubleshooting some of those tech issues with teachers as well, and getting the sign-on all set to go. Then we move into our professional development that you all approved for us. That was very, very helpful for teachers, the November 23rd, 24th, and 25th. And we did some professional development that was developed in-house, but with this resource. So really leaning heavy on this resource that was created by some experts, Doug Fisher, Nancy Fry, and John Hattie, kind of pulled this resource together when distance learning happened, and brought what we know, I would say, about good teaching always into one space. And so it's kind of what we could do with that then is transcend distance learning, but also have us have some really concrete conversations and sharing with teachers during that November 23rd, 24th, and 25th. They also were able to utilize some work time within that to make sure their Google Classrooms were more up to date, and really utilize their colleagues. During that time, we also had some breakout sessions. I can't remember if I'm talking over you now, Mike. Am I good to go? Okay. So we also had some breakout sessions that came directly from Tony Kashi, is part-time now helping us out as a tech lead and integrationist, and he sent out a survey to E6 and 712 to see like what are those biggest needs that we had. Obviously there's always going to be some things that rise to the top for some teachers, but not for all, and so these are the ones that kind of rose to the top. And what we had were some teacher experts that really stepped up and gave those breakout sessions for every single day, and then recorded them on the last day, so teachers are also able to go back to them for further follow-up, so they can rewind and rewatch and that sort of thing. During that time, we also had the virtual power pack that we have talked a lot about here, and there were some good feedback from it, but that it was a lot at one time was a lot of the feedback, that it's got a little bit, we knew it was going to be a lot, but it got a little bit overwhelming at times. We will be able to have some follow-up to that, to follow up with our tech leads, and make sure that we're really utilizing the information that people got during that. There we go, Mike.
Perfect, thank you. So really, I also wanted to kind of highlight it as well as the structured professional development opportunities that we've kind of highlighted. There are several other things that we've done to try to work on meeting some of these unique needs that this year has brought. First of all, we did over the late summer. We had a group of teachers kind of led by Amanda Peterson that started a online help center, and actually there's both for families but then for teachers as well. That is now something that Tony Kashi has continued to work with and continues to add to. It is linked on the technology department site on the district webpage. But this is a good resource for teachers, lots of videos, lots of how do I do this, how do I do that, as a starting place. As Jess mentioned, we have also hired building instructional technology leads in each building that act as sort of a first line of defense on technology issues and questions. It can be anything from just troubleshooting, why can't I get the volume working on this, to, hey, help me out, show me a little bit more about how Google Slides work, any number of things. Those are the folks that are kind of our boots on the ground with some of that. In addition, we've added a couple of, I think, pretty vital tools for teachers to use during this school year. The first of those was GoGuardian, which we did adopt in August, and have had a couple training opportunities on. This is one that I have heard repeatedly. I've heard over and over and over again how useful this has been for teachers to be able to push content to students, to be able to use as a classroom management tool when they see a student has wandered from what they're supposed to be doing to YouTube videos. It's easy to bring them back. But then also I've heard too that it's been a really good tool for teachers in helping to troubleshoot some of those basic tech issues because they can see what's on a student's screen. So it makes it much easier for them to help. The second one of those that we adopted as a district before we moved to fully to distance learning is Screencastify, which is a tool that allows teachers to to cast their screen, what's on it, and voice over it. They can do just pure video themselves. Just what's on their screen, or a combination of both. And we had had some access. A lot of these companies back in the spring offered free access to the higher level tools, of course, to one, help out, but two, I think to entice teachers and districts into thinking about going with them. Screencastify was the one that really we had, based on the data we had, that we had probably more teachers using that than just about any other one, and it's got a good simple interface. And so we paid for the version of it that allows them to have longer record limits and to save more videos that they need to save. So those have been a couple tools we added. And then another one is, we're continuing in the tech department to work really hard on continuing to try to meet tech requests as we can. Of course, this is always a balance between what we need with what we're able to fund. But I actually feel really proud of what we have been able to do. We've had a lot of requests for secondary monitors. We've had to get some adapters to make those monitors work with the laptops, which we've done. We continue to fill some needs for document cameras, especially now that we're working remotely, and then providing Chromebooks to paras and others that are now working with kids remotely and weren't before. In fact, I just actually got a nice email from a teacher today that was forwarded on from somebody else in the tech department about some of these supports, and that this is a teacher that said that between friends of hers that are teachers and some teacher blogs that she looks at, that she's really thankful for the work that we've done in Red Wing to provide teachers with the tools that they've needed. If you go to the next one, Jess. Oh, sorry, I totally blocked off. I missed that bottom one because I have my thing up. Looking ahead, we also have some additional professional development dates coming up in January and February. So we will be kind of continuing to look at how we can utilize those to meet the needs of teachers through the feedback that we're getting from them. One of the things that Jess and I have talked about, no solid plans in place, but one of the things that I've liked in a few conferences I've been to is sort of an unconference plan, where you can you ask folks to throw out topics that they're interested in, and then find others that are interested in sort of leading those discussions and helping others out. So we're hoping that maybe something along those lines can be part of that PD, so that we are getting at those individual needs that teachers have. All right, now I'm ready, Jess.
All right.
So what was this professional development based on? So it kind of several things as we've gone along the way. First of all, we had a spring brainstorming session. There were, what was it, Jess, around 30 people or so that were part of those, that represented a variety of stakeholders. That we did, and then some tech surveys that we've done around what are those needs. Just kind of reference those with Tony. We also had some listening sessions with the community, and also just family emails. So a lot of things that we've kind of worked through too have been based on the emails that we've received from families about their needs and their questions. A summer community brainstorm. principal walkthroughs, as part of that. And then we had a couple of teacher tech check-ins. So we did one in September, and then we did another one here just recently, looking at October and November. So I won't spend too much time on the data, but just to look at it in sort of general. So these are some of the questions. Teachers were asked to more or less rank themselves from 1 to 5, 1 meaning more or less I strongly disagree, to 5 meaning I strongly agree. So if you take a look, the first question I have, the tech tools to teach, you can see the E6 results versus the 712 results in both September and October. And as you can see, that obviously as we've done these things and teachers have had the opportunity to really get some PD and to use these tools, you can see that our agreement level with that statement is going up. If we go to the next one, you're going to start to see a pattern here. I have teaching strategies to teach. If you take a look, E6 and 712 that are September results versus our October, November results, you can see that obviously that's headed the direction we'd like to see it headed. The next one, I feel I'm prepared to teach my best each day. You can see the E6 again, September through November, and 712 September through November. Again, we're seeing more 3s, 4s, and 5s and fewer 1s and 2s, which is exactly what we want to see. And the next one, I enjoyed teaching most days. And that was a hard one to see how many 1s and 2s there were back in September. This is hard, right? This is hard for everybody, and teachers are no exception to that. And while we still have some of those, the number of 4s and 5s has definitely increased in those as well. Is that the last one, Jess, or is there another one? Yeah. So, and again, the number, I should point out too, that the numbers of respondents in those two surveys was pretty similar within a handful of respondents on each of them. So I do feel like our numbers are relatively close. So I guess at this point, we'll go ahead and open it up to some questions. I think Jim was first in the queue.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mike, Jess, thank you very much for presenting tonight. Just a couple questions, maybe a comment. Did we have anything done to train or teach the children how to get on Chromebooks, how to get that? Was there anything involved with helping the students and directing them to meet their expectations? The other, and is there, what type of e-learning, this is for anybody because the board members, some have children there, when there's tests, what goes on when the test is being taken by a student and the teacher? And thirdly, e-learning, distance learning is a struggle for many people, I think, and I'm concerned about, why I bring these up, I'm kind of concerned about this article out of Oregon talking about they expect over 1/3 of their students will be failing. I don't know what ours are. I don't want them to be 1/3 or more, but it does, somebody that doesn't have a child in school, it does concern me from parents I've heard from on the fact that we went to distance learning. So thank you for your time. I'll let you answer those or comment on those as you wish.
Sure. I can speak to the first one, the students prep. So we, and I'll speak specifically to my building, Sunnyside. In our first back to school meeting with teachers on August 24th, this was part of the discussion that we had on that day, and I know the other administrators had as well, was asking teachers to start, because we always knew this was a possibility, right? And so we asked teachers right away in August to start spending time with students, getting them on to Google Classroom, to getting them comfortable with the online wonders and my math tools, and to start spending that time. And I've heard from several in my building that have said that that has helped quite a bit. That the time that they were able to spend when they had everybody together, where they could all sort of try it out and fail forward together, was helpful when it did come to needing to do it for real. Jess, I don't know if you want to jump in on that at all.
Yeah, when I did some of the walkthroughs, the kindergarten classroom that I went into, there were a lot of kindergartners in there, and the only thing they were doing is like, nope, this is the button that you push, and then all of them would go, nothing happened. And then, and then they would all go around and say, this is the button that you push. This is how you mute yourself. So that was basically a teacher-led, having those Google Classrooms up and running right away, even though you didn't need them right away. It was to utilize them to train the kids in case we had to go to this back and forth. The second one, Jim, can you remind me of the second one?
It was about testing.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
thank you.
Yes, that is definitely a concern across the country, across the world right now. What everybody doing about cheating? And so one of the things that is happening right now is the discussion about what we grade and how we assess, which has been going on for a while in education on what things are we assessing, what is a formative assessment, what is a summative assessment, and how do we create things that, because we also live in a world where a lot of the tests we might have had before are Googleable, I'll say. Our tests, we can no longer have assessments that are Googleable. And how do we make sure that we teach that content, but that the kids, that they're assessed on things that are a little bit higher level thinking, that is more about utilizing the skills that utilizing the content that we have taught. So, and I would say that it is an ongoing discussion about how do we make sure that that's happening.
Yeah, I wasn't referring to people are cheating. I wasn't at all. I just, my question kind of is, when the kids are taking the test, are they, is it a time where they just do it themselves and then submit it, or are they online with the teacher at the time? How is that implemented to help the student along and make sure it's done and done the way we want it and submitted?
Yeah, so I think it's the same thing, is that it's different in every class. It depends on the assessment, how it's being delivered. But that is something we're hearing from teachers is, do I need to shift what my assessment is, being that we're distance learning? And that is the conversation that's happening at the PLC level to kind of troubleshoot what do we do now?
Yeah.
Right. In fact, I just had a good conversation last week with our kindergarten team in their PLC meeting around some of this, around some of those end of the quarter assessments that they do to really gauge students' progress on those important kindergarten standards, and starting to try to work together to troubleshoot some of those. Some of them are easy enough to get at, and a lot of that can be done through one-to-one meets with students, but there are some things that are tougher to accomplish online. And so that is a challenge. I know we faced it. We had actually, even back in the summer, we had a couple of requests for early entrance to kindergarten. And we have a pretty clear process on that, but it was a challenge to figure out how we were going to now institute that process online. So that's definitely an issue we continue to work on, because, I mean, let's face it, none of us have been through a pandemic before. We're kind of building this plane as we fly it. So.
Yeah, and I think, I just bring up, I don't know if every school does it differently, like you just said. I think they probably do. I think one area school kind of falls, to do the tests, then I think that somebody's online with them at the same time, their camera's going, the teacher's there, the child's there. But I just want to make sure that we're helping our kids every way we can. So.
Sure. Yeah. And then I think your third point was just that concern on e-learning, and obviously, that's a concern for all of us, right? I will say we're not too far into this, right? When you think about it, it's really only been a couple weeks because we had the 3 days, the week of Thanksgiving off there. So we're a couple weeks in, but I can tell you in my building, I've heard really more, in some respects, almost pleasantly surprised commentary from teachers that really it's overall they have felt like the engagement has been good. I meet with my team weekly in the building to discuss attendance concerns. Last spring, that was there are days where I felt like that's all we did was really try to troubleshoot attendance concerns. I think the fact that our school day looks more like a regular school day has been helpful in that. I think the fact that teachers are on live with students more often has helped quite a bit with that. And so actually we've had very few, and again, I'm only speaking for my building, but we've had very few attendance issues that we've had to really troubleshoot to this point, and teachers have expressed that by and large they feel like this has been better than they thought it was going to be. Now, is it going to be is it going to look exactly like it looks having everybody in the building? No, of course not. But I will say that that is something that I know every administrator in every building is tracking very carefully.
Anything else? Oh, go ahead.
I thought unless Jim has more, I thought Holly was maybe in the queue.
Okay. Yep. Holly was next, I think.
Yep. Go ahead, Holly.
Thank you both for that. My quick questions, two of them. One, the surveys that you showed us, I couldn't see the numbers very close. These are not bifocals. These are just for the glare. So how many people were surveyed?
Yeah, so Mike, I gave you those numbers that you said at the end there.
Yeah, so we had in E6 in September, we had 86 respondents. And in November, we had 78 respondents. And 7/12 in September, there were 57 that responded. And in November, there were 50 that responded.
Okay, but it was sent to all the teachers?
Correct.
Okay, great. And then my other question really quick, are teachers given that extra prep half hour during their day in like the governor had kind of suggested? Has that been happening?
Carson, I might throw that one to you, where we're at in that process.
Yeah, I think that's a good question, Holly, and something that I'll circle back with the elementary principals. But my understanding is that during the distance learning, that there's time carved up so that they have the extra time for prep. But I have not circled back with the principals recently, so I will do that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just update me when you can. Thanks, guys.
Anybody else? Otherwise, I'm going to go eat my dinner.
Any other
Thank
questions?
you. I appreciate it.
Well, yeah, this has been very helpful to hear about all the things that are going on and what's been happening. So thank you for the great work.
Yeah, it's, when you put it in context of where we were last March, it's pretty amazing what change this precipitated and how quickly we had to move on it.
Right. Right. Well, thank you for your leadership in that for sure. Appreciate it. All right. Well, then, thank you, Mr. Pagel and Ms. Whitcomb for being with us this evening, and we'll move on to our next agenda item, which is the GCED online learning application. I believe Sherry Johnson is going to be presenting for us.
Good evening. So Mr. Anderson asked that I provide an update to the state-approved online learning comprehensive and supplemental program application. That is a mouthful. The application has been submitted to the MDE. As a reminder, this doesn't replace any current initiative that we have. The intent is to have the ability to provide coordinated and collaborative online learning options for students, families, and schools, both now and in the future years. This initiative really supports member school district efforts with providing online learning options for students. The ADM revenue is maintained by each individual member district. I think that's really important for our members. ADMs are a big topic of conversation right now, even previously in this board meeting. This initiative is important because it builds on current student, family, and school experience with online learning and positions our member districts to be able to respond to both student need, both now during the pandemic and also in subsequent years. We believe there's likely going to be an interest by some students and families to continue with online learning after the pandemic. And so that allows us to help maintain that ADM and really provide students with the types of opportunities they want. And each district will probably put their own spin on how they offer that to families, but it even could be something some of our families right now that choose homeschooling, for instance, might tap into this. So we are excited about some of those options. To date, we've had multiple meetings with MDE. We've received feedback as to our draft applications and have made the requisite and recommended feedback points. This process included a review of fiscal audits, organizational charts, student supports, including EL and special education, MTSS structures, teacher development and evaluation, standard alignment, and approval of syllabi for each of the courses. Right now, the program application calls for a comprehensive and supplemental program that spans grades 4 through 12. The Superintendent's Council has asked that we examine adding K3 when it is feasible to do so. And just as a final note, I want to thank my staff and the member districts who really supported this work. It was a tremendous amount of work, and we could not have done this without that. MDE, like I said, has the application. They did inform us that approvals are taking longer than normal due to the high number of districts working through this process. I think many districts found themselves in the same place we did this fall. But everything is in, and we look, and honestly, after the meetings we've had, including a site visit, we really feel good about our application and excited about this opportunity for the members. And then I'll just open it up for questions.
Heidi is in the queue.
Thank you. Sherry, can you tell me a little bit about, first of all, I was really impressed by how many options are offered through this. So I think it's great when kids have a lot of choices that make sense to plug them in. How do these classes work? Is it on demand, or is it a seat time where they're required to, check in at 10 a.m. is when we start the class, or is this accessed on demand by the student?
We will determine that with each individual member district.
Okay. And then I agree with you. I think this pandemic is changing the face of public education in unexpected ways. And I think you're right. I think some folks will definitely look at this as an option to either supplement or provide something that they were unable to do, or just a different way of learning that made sense for their child. So I'll look forward to what the future brings. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Other questions for Sherry?
Sherry, this is Mike. Is it possible for districts to have both students signing in during the day and also doing it on their own as a more independent, like Heidi was saying?
Well, each course does have an instructor assigned to it. We will be using our own, the member districts. We will choose to use FDE that we currently have in our member districts first.
Sherry?
Yeah.
What's FTE?
Full-time equivalency, sorry.
Teachers?
The acronyms just yes, teachers. Just kind of roll off. I apologize for that. But there is an instructor tied with each course that will be having contact with that student. Will some of the districts use this for credit recovery? One of the, I think what you were maybe alluding to, yes. And they already are doing that as well. So again, it's just another set of avenues for students.
Right, but even beyond credit recovery, but I suppose
even
that,
for independent study, there would be a teacher assigned, an instructor assigned, whether through us or someone else. The students may do some of that work independently, yes.
Okay, yeah, so that would be, might require people to be doing late night work, or maybe they could do, anyway. I was just asking that, so another option for students.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. Holly's in the queue.
Thank you, Sherry, for bringing that forward. I know I had kind of been like, Sherry, because this is extremely important that we get this moving and we get it done really well, considering our enrollment, considering things that are on the horizon in our community. So one of my questions is, when GCED put all of this together, are you aware of what individual districts that you partner with are doing in each district? Like you had mentioned to me in the email, not so sure what Red Wing is doing in this capacity. Are you getting more aware of that, or are you strictly leaving that to the independent districts on their own?
I'm not sure that I remember the exact email, but in developing this application, there were people from every district that were involved in it.
Okay.
So we had teachers, we had some principals that helped actually write the application. So it was not written by GCED staff. Like I did not have a hand in writing it at all. It was staff and the member districts and staff here that put it
Okay, so
together.
kind of a committee?
That's correct. We have a stakeholder
Okay.
committee.
Okay, so within that application, does each member district then have to submit their specific plan to that application?
No.
Or is it a broad application?
It's not really a submission of a plan. There's nothing else required by the Department of Ed. Yes, when a district decides to, let's take targeted services, for instance. Targeted services is another program that runs through us. If Mike Pagel at Sunnyside wants to write a targeted services plan, he sends that to us. What we're really doing is making sure that the fiscal budget works and that it follows the intent of the plan. But he's putting his own flavor on it and developing it because all my districts are different.
Yes, that I understand now. Now I'm getting it. So Karsten, that would fall to you then. Are you aware of who's kind of spearheading our plan for this?
Yeah, certainly staff members from Red Wing, will steer the plan. And for example, we've had some discussions over the last few months, actually, about our school district submitting an application to become an online service provider as well. And so that's actually on the agenda for December 21st to essentially give an update to the board and then receive approval to at least issue the letter of intent. And our primary focus would be the youngest grades because I think that our online only option is working extremely well with kids in kindergarten through 4th grade. And we could, scale it back to K through 3, to mesh with GCD's work, or we could scale it up to grades K through 6. I will tell you that grades 7 through 12 is a different ballgame just because of the different licensures and everything else that goes into that. But yeah, we'll be bringing more information on Monday the 21st.
Okay, well, thank you, Sherry, for submitting that application so that everybody can move forward on that. And Karsten, I look forward to hearing. I might not be hearing it on the 21st, but I look forward to reading about it as everything kind of moves forward. And I would anticipate some kind of committee having to do some work on what an online approach for a lot of our learners in Red Wing could look like. Because I think it's going to be the up and coming thing for a lot of families that have to juggle schedules. And if kids have illnesses, apart from a COVID type illness, but if they're in and out of school for different things, this could be a real game changer. So thank you, guys.
Yeah, I think it's critical. And like you said, Holly and Sherry, we need to do it right. And I think if we do, that's a huge advantage. We also wanted to mesh with our Wonders curriculum, our My Math curriculum, so that it's seamless. Because even if someone chooses distance learning one year, they may not choose it the next year, and we don't want people to fall behind or miss important areas. So yeah, I'm very impressed with our online only teachers. I think they're top notch and we need to use that to our advantage.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you. Have a nice evening.
Thanks for joining us, Sherry. It's nice to see you. All right. I will just also note that in the board book, there are several attachments under this topic for, there's an appendix A, B, D, and it goes through, there's some website links as well. So if you want more reference material, it's all there for you. All right, school board reports. We'll just go down the line with what's listed here on the page. And so Finance Committee, is there any updates that you'd like to share with us?
No updates to share other than we won't be having a meeting in December. So.
Okay, that's a good update. Thank you. Operations Committee.
Operations Committee met tonight before the meeting here. We did a review on busing and number of students that are coming to each one of our elementary schools in a range from 1 mile to 2 miles, and seeing what those numbers were and talking about whether there was any way to increase the number of students that we could transport and cut back on the walking zone. And at this time, it's just really not there because of time limits on routes and everything else. But our staff and our consultants will continue to monitor that and still make sure that we're ready to go next year when we get back into in-person learning or hybrid or whatever way we're going. We also had a review of food service and the lunch packets that have been going out. And then thirdly, the land lease for potential solar garden up by the communication tower. None of the documents were ready at this time, and Carson will probably be updating this on his report, I would assume, later this meeting. I do have a couple other committees I can talk about, but I just maybe should make sure that I've covered things well enough. Maybe Jim and Holly have something else to add.
I'd love to add something.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, at our November 25th food handout, or not handout, but lunch that was provided to the families, we used turkey from Ferndale Farms, and it was fresh, and every family got that. So I think that the fact that we're using local produce and local sources is phenomenal, and I would like to congratulate Brent and his team in really trying to organize around what's really best for kids, especially health-wise, when we know that they might not be getting the exercise that they need. And he said some really good news is coming in terms of children's nutrition in the future and how school lunches are going to be prepared and what they're going to be looking at as far as ingredients and what's going to be expected. So hopefully we'll move away from some of the things that kids often throw away. And they might fill their bellies with some other things. So I was really impressed with that.
Thank you, Holly, and also later this meeting, we also will be a recommendation from our committee in regards to the transportation MOU there. That way I don't have to say it. And in regards to when the buses are not transporting kids, and so that will be coming up later here. That was also discussed at the meeting. Then if I may, can I go into the Goodhue County Ed District and Native American Parent Committee?
Yes, please.
Okay. Just a quick thing on Native American Parent Committee. We'll be meeting on Wednesday. We've gone and had a meeting here just last month. Things have pretty much died out over the last year or two, and things have finally gotten back going. Philip White is our school liaison, I believe is the title, and that we got to work with our Native students in our district. And so things are proceeding there. Just trying to think what else they'll be working on. Some ideas of working with their elders to help with education, adopting students maybe, or other things, different ideas to try to keep the students engaged, and also finding other ways to meet with their community and stuff. So it's good to see this committee up and running again. I'm really glad about it. Then going over to Goodhue County Ed District, we met just on last Wednesday. Finances and cash flow appear to be okay at this time. The money seems to be coming in, and hopefully we were looking at a possible cash shortage this spring, but it sounds like it might work its way through. We just heard about the distance learning updates, the online learning updates. Also, the Goodhue County Ed District is in distance learning for all students at this time, other than special services. They give updates to the families every Friday on how things are progressing. The big item that took place, and that actually finished up on Thursday morning, was sale of participation certificates of participation for refunding of the Ed District's debt. It was well received by the market. There will be an interest saving of 3.6% over the remainder of the debt, and it should result in savings of $32,000 a year or $609,000 over the life of the debt. And this is the money that was used to build the new ed district building for all our member districts. Red Wing is, I think, around 40% of the ed district, but all this money will be a savings to each local district on their percentage. So that'll be good to see that coming out going forward. Anything else I can answer questions on any of those three?
Thanks for delivering good news.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks for all that update, Arlen. How about Personnel Committee?
Yep, thank you, Pam. Really, we actually have a lot later on in our agenda for the school board, so I'll try to just be brief here, but we did spend a lot of time talking about the Director of Technology, as Mr. Pagel obviously gave us quite a report today too, but we talked a lot about giving him a little bit extra stipend than was originally thought of. A lot of extra work has gone in there, so we toyed around and asked a lot of questions on that, and even talked about kind of long-term what that will look like for the future, if it's sustainable to have a principal, being head of IT and kind of integration. So sounds like we've come to some resolution on that. So that should probably be forthcoming, I would think, next month or so, Karsten, or the next meeting as far as that extra stipend.
Correct.
Yeah. And then just continue to discuss a lot about kind of what e-learning might look like in the future, and reporting our responsibilities in there of what we're going to do in the future for staff and e-learning when it comes to that. So I know Karsten continues to work on that. And that organizational chart continues to be worked on. I think it'll be finalized with some of the decisions we're making this evening, with some titles on roles. And we again went over the superintendent's contract to make sure that that was what we wanted to present to you guys with our recommendations. So that will be later on in our agenda. And we, of course, had a kind of a frustrating report from Teachers on Call on just how much is not being covered by substitutes and not being filled. So, of course, we kind of tried to brainstorm about ways to, get the message out that we still have a need for substitutes in our district when we get back, especially get back to hopefully some in-person learning. So we talked a little bit about that. So that was it. We do have, I just wanted to make sure we did, Kirsten, we take off the grievance, I think, on our school board agenda. I'm sorry that I'm talking while I'm thinking.
I left it on the agenda thinking that I'd just give an update at that time, but you can certainly do it now.
Perfect. Well, I'll let you do that at that time just to keep it, but we did just discuss that, and we're probably going to be on a hold for that, just so everybody knows, as far as just encouraging Principal Nemenich and Superintendent Anderson to work out with the union, possibly a different route on that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Janie. How about Legislative and Policy Committee?
Sure. And I'm going to roll into some MSBA stuff because I've had a number of meetings with MSBA to update you on, and a very brief community ed report too. So we did move our meeting due to some workload issues to November 30th. So I appreciate the committee's flexibility. We went over the school board procedures handbook. We provided feedback at this time, but final approval will more than likely be with the new board, so that you can look at that together, establish some communications protocols, which are critical, develop some healthy norms. There's a lot of norms in there, like the no surprises norm. That's pretty standard. And then the student school board member program is in there too. And I would like to see that revised in consultation with district paid professional leaders and using an equity lens. And then upcoming at our next gathering on December 21st, we anticipate having the legislators at the table. Normally every year we put together our own platform, which kind of reviews what are the barriers and challenges we've experienced as a district this year and how could they be addressed in a legislative manner. And this year we also, and then usually the cycle is we go through and we look at everybody else's all the education advocacy groups legislative platform too. But those are coming out late this year, and I think it's just all due to COVID that they're probably really going to be focusing on funding the funding year ahead and the next biennium too. So for our legislative meeting with our local folks, we are going to focus on the COVID impacts, kind of telling our story by the numbers. And so Jackie will be, and Carson will be developing that data to share, such as our enrollment decline, which is quite severe and is going to deeply impact our funding both this year and the coming years, where we've experienced savings, but then also the number of those unbudgeted expenses too, and then how our district has been fortunate enough to have some partners who have been willing to forward money to support our teaching and learning for our staff and our students. And then we would also like, since we have Sherry as the co-chair of a statewide, the Education Finance Working Group, we would like her to present. And then we will leave plenty of time for some questions for legislators to give us some perspective on the upcoming session as we normally do. So I think that'll round out an hour quite well. And I can't remember if that's scheduled for 3:45 or 4:45. So if we can make sure that everybody knows what that time is, because we work in those 2-hour blocks sometimes. So I just want to make sure that that gets determined for December 21st. I think it's a 4:45 for the legislators.
I'll have Lisa double check and we'll get back to everyone.
Right. Just eliminate any confusion. And I'll pause now before I roll into the MSBA work for Holly and Arlen to add anything they wish to put out there. Okay.
Nope, I'm good at this time. Thanks, Heidi.
All right. So one of the things, if you were paying attention last week, the November forecast came out on December 1st. The good news that came kind of surprisingly was that we are $640 million to the good for the next biennium. So that's where you hear the legislature here in the state talking about what relief can they provide businesses and/or citizens, and that will be coming up next Monday, a week from today, in that special session. What COVID relief can they provide? The good news has also come at a off the backs of negative enrollment for school districts across the state. We are down 12,600 kids, and that's where the state saved $1.1 billion because those kids didn't show up in our enrollment. That's not good news. We're part of that story too, where we think we're going to bottom out to 170 student loss by the end of the year. And then they did experience $1.9 billion to the good on the revenue side. So it looks like we will maybe squeak through with our funding for the next biennium, but that's still yet to be determined. And then there's a caveat, because the next biennium, they predict they will be over $1 billion short. So in order to get through the one in front of us, they may have to adjust what they're doing for us this time as they look out ahead, and it's not positive. So part of the legislative platform we passed, well, back at the Delegate Assembly last Wednesday, we've adjusted the wording on the resolution for the general education formula. So pay attention to those changes, because it's not a strictly hold harmless message anymore, because there's money there, but we're still concerned about moving ahead. So just FYI. From MSBA directly, that leadership conference final schedule is out. Each day, I think, starts at a different time. One is 8:30, one is 9. The other might be 9. So just check in. I know we're having elections on the second Thursday. So that would be the 21st. And then consider a legislative go-to as a school board member. Because you won't have that direct tie to MSBA anymore, and that intel kind of coming forward and that analysis. Think about assigning a school board member to kind of follow what is the legislature up to. My community ed update is that Marcia Jensen is retiring after 30+ years in the district. Marcia was at the table in 1987 and began Kids Junction. I'm not sure I knew that about Marcia. And I'm like, wow, and look at us today and how many kids we're serving through Kids Junction at 4 different sites. So congratulations to Marcia Jensen and her retirement. And I know Community Ed will sorely miss her. I think on our agenda, we have her replacement to step into some big shoes there. Cabo Family Center, believe it or not, is already planning for 2021. What does the fall look like? Because registration will start January 12th. So again, we're in the midst of a very difficult year, but we already have to plan for the upcoming school year. And that Kids Junction is still going strong at between 120 and 130 kids per day, with a staff working from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. So I want to give hats off to those folks, because one of the things that they reported on when we were talking about technology earlier is that kids push the done button and they're not done with their assignment. And then the teacher has to email back and say, they pushed the done button, but the assignment is not complete. So Kids Junction staff circle back and make sure that those kids are being on task and we're not pushing that done button before they really are done. So anyway, that's all I have, and I will stand for questions if you have any.
Any questions for Heidi? Thanks for all that great update, Heidi. Appreciate all that. Jeannie, do you want to share anything about negotiations at this time?
Sure. I guess we did have a mediation meeting last week, and we are continuing. I'll just kind of leave it at that. So nothing was decided. What do you think that maybe Jim or Pam, if you want to, I think that's a fair statement. So we'll be continuing on. I think we'll have a closed session to discuss some things coming up next time.
That's correct.
Meeting. So, yep.
That's correct. We're going to have a closed session on the 21st, and then we'll talk about it then.
Which group?
Yep. Custodians.
Custodians.
Oh, okay.
We had mediation on last Wednesday, the 2nd. Virtual, very different.
Yeah.
Are there any other committees that anyone would like to report on this evening? All right, then I will turn it over to Superintendent Anderson for his administrative update.
All right, I'll just hit the highlights. There is a written report in the board packet. Just wanted to point out that Minnesota State College Southeast did receive a sizable grant from the Minnesota Job Skills Partnership to start a mechatronics program in the community. Mechatronics, as far as I know, is a combination of mechanics, electrical engineering, computer programming, and so it's an exciting possible program. They are going to work with member schools to see how that program can mesh with local high school schedules too. So we're excited about that. Larry Lundblad, by the way, is the interim president of the Southeast, and he's done a great job, but they are starting a search process for the director to start next year. I did check with Minnesota School Board Association about whether or not a single hire could be removed from a list of hires in a consent agenda instead of removing the entire list of hires. The representative I talked to said, you could look at it different ways or from both sides, but he thought that a single hire could be removed, allowing other hires to remain on the consent agenda. So again, it'll be up to the board to decide, how they want to set that up on a regular basis with consent agendas. Like to thank Mick Wenlin for his work with career technical education programming. We were up for review this year, and we had to put in numerous program requests and course requests, and I don't know how many days it took him or weeks it took him to work with teachers and others to formulate those plans, but they have been submitted to the state. So thank you, Mick, for that. The Cooks Association did put in a request to reopen negotiations or adopt an MOU because of increasing health insurance rates. The committee members and I did not endorse that or did not approve that because we'd rather wait until a negotiation cycle to do that. Jenny already mentioned the mediation session with the custodians, and as she said, we'll have that closed session to talk about negotiation strategy. We did make some progress in looking at in-person or hybrid school board meetings. It has not been a high priority because we're all in distance learning right now, but Charlie has been working on that. Like to highlight the work of, or the suggestion made by Justin Pline and implemented by Brent Lexfold as far as getting more people to sign up for applications for educational benefits. I used to call it, application for free and reduced lunch meals. That's what we all know it as, but there is a better name for it. Brent, thanks to Justin's suggestion, Brent organized an effort with about 20 people, I think, somewhere between 15 and 20 people, to call every family in the district to let them know how important it is to still fill out the application, even if those free meals are coming their way during the school year. And so I know he's had good success bringing more people in. The reason that's important is that some of our funding, hundreds of thousands of dollars of our funding, is based on how many of those applications are received, if they meet certain criteria. So thank you, Brent and Justin, for their work in that area. Don Wedern has been leading the effort to survey families who are open enrolling in and out of the district. We had Don is really looking carefully at the data we already have. I know that every non-resident agreement form that comes through our office from a student who wants to go to another district does ask for the reason for leaving. Melinda Johnson over the summer did inquire with many of those families to get more specifics, or at least to make sure that the form was filled out completely. And so Dawn is working diligently to figure out what data we already have so we don't call the same family twice, essentially. So appreciate Don's work in that area. And the last two items in my report we're going to be covering later in the agenda, so I won't highlight those at this time. Any questions?
All right. Sorry, I was having a hard time getting my mute button to show up. All right. Seeing no questions for Superintendent Anderson, the next piece on our agenda is the consent agenda.
And then as Holly suggested, if we could add item 5, the purchase of 6th grade Wonders 2020 curriculum. There is background information later in the agenda packet that describes details about that.
Where exactly, under which part?
It would be a new item number 5. So right after resignations.
Right. And can you point out where on the agenda that extra information is?
Sorry about that. It's the very last topic.
513.
Yep, 513. It was added today because I got all of the information. So if you printed out a packet earlier, there is new information on the website.
That's so funny because I did print it out. So there was no number 13 on my list. So thank you. All right.
If I may, under the consent agenda, I would like to pull the special meeting minutes for November 13th for discussion.
Okay. All right. So who is first in the queue? Janie or Arlen? Did I see both of you in there?
Arlen was first.
Arlen, yep. You're on mute, Arlen.
Sorry, thank you. I'd like to pull Wonders 2020 from the consent agenda.
Okay.
No further comment. That's what I was going to do.
Okay, so the consent agenda, we want to pull the special meeting minutes for November 13th, and we're going to pull the purchase of the Wonders curriculum with, as we were going to add a number 5 for that piece, and now we'd like to pull that. Do I have that clear? Is that crystal clear? All right, so any other discussion on the consent agenda? So we're going to pull the special meeting minutes and pull the Wonders curriculum number 5.
So I will make a motion to that effect, that we approve the consent agenda with items, special meeting minutes, November 13th pulled, and additional consent agenda item number 5 pulled for discussion also, the Wonders curriculum.
Janie will second.
Any other discussion? All right, then we will take a roll call vote, starting with Ms. Tower.
Aye.
Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
Mr. Derricks?
Aye.
Ms. Fair?
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
And chair votes aye, so that passes 7-0. All right, so now we will have a discussion on special meeting minutes from November 13th.
Okay, so that was the meeting where we were met very briefly to approve the data set of information, canvassing the vote from earlier in the month. Later, one of our board members abstained from that vote, and we looked into that. I had asked Lisa to look into that with MSBA, and the answer we got back is that the data set is generated by another government entity, so that no board member should be excused or disenfranchised from exercising their right to vote in that situation. So I just wanted to offer that clarification to the board, so that in the future, there's no doubt that everybody can exercise their vote. And there's numerous examples of that. Mike and I have been reelected twice, and we've certainly approved the canvassing of the vote. And what if you had 4 board members, incumbents, running for reelection, which is possible, right? Because we do a cycle of 3 members and 4 members. And if they all got reelected, then they'd be part of the board that has to approve that. So anyway, I just wanted to clarify that for folks and offer that explanation that we did follow through with Greg Abbott at MSBA, so that nobody loses their vote there. So I just wanted to offer that to the board. Thank you.
So do we don't need to, I guess you were just making a comment on that. So do we want to vote on that?
Yeah.
Sure.
I'll make a motion to approve the special school board minutes from November 13th.
All right, so motion made by Mike. Who is that, Holly? Holly, thank you. Any other discussion on the minutes from November 13th? If not, we'll take a roll call vote, starting with Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Mr. Christensen.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Fair.
Aye.
Ms. Jones.
Aye.
Ms. Tower.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, passes 7-0. All right, now we get to discuss item number 5, which is the purchase of the Wonders curriculum.
Yep, I did include information under item 5.13. Jess will also join us to answer any other questions that may arise. But the administrative team recommends purchasing the Wonders 2020 curriculum for 6th grade for the following reasons. First of all, the consistency of K-5 Wonders helps provide a guaranteed and viable curriculum, which is a critical part of enhancing student achievement, because all teachers are teaching the same thing, with all the necessary interventions and resources available. The elementary administrators and teachers see the benefit of aligning K-5 curriculum, interventions, and resources, and so they believe that would extend into 6th grade. Purchasing the curriculum now would cost about $48,000. If we wait until after December 15th, the cost is just over $90,000. The administrative team would like to do training now and provide materials to teachers in order to prepare for next year as soon as possible. So those are the basic reasons for it. I think Jess could give a fuller response and answer any questions that you may have.
I can just answer questions if that's okay.
Does anyone have any questions for Jess while she's here? Janie?
I know, yeah. Sorry, I didn't know if I should put my name in, but Jess, can you maybe just describe in detail the process of our staff involvement in this decision, or were teachers, like, was there a working group? Kind of maybe a little bit about that, number one, and then second, a little bit more about the standards and are we splitting up, you know, kind of on some of staff's ideas that sixth grade should be with the higher levels or lower levels. So those two things.
Yep. So the process was the same that came to you all when we first made the purchase, as far as like interviewing 200 teachers and making sure that we all were asking what are the needs that you are all having, and overwhelmingly, the need was consistency and vertical alignment and making sure that our curriculum, I mean, I heard over and over and over again that our language arts curriculum was the largest need. Throughout that process, we also looked at what the administrators needed in order to support the learning in the classroom, and in order to have that accountability. We also came to you all to say like what was needed with the educational plan and those competing priorities that we had. And I think that you all probably remember when I did the presentation on Wonders and those three things kind of coming all together. And to say like, absolutely, is there different curriculums that maybe piece more of this in a certain way, like there might be a reading component that is better in one curriculum over another, but where is there one that has the 6 components that we need all in one? And also all of that tiered intervention to make sure that we're following our MTSS process and that it's very logical and also right there in need for teachers. One of my favorite quotes from the 5th grade teacher who piloted it was said, like, I finally got to be a teacher again, to make sure that like the resources were there instead of building the resources, then teaching them, and now they were going back to see are the students learning what we taught and able to connect with them. So that was putting those resources in the hands of teachers. As far as the process goes as checking in, we have administrators have talked with every 6th grade teacher to see the needs. We had a PLC meeting to talk about those needs. We also have been observing what has been happening as far as what's going on in the classroom and where we need to align what we're doing. So what was the next one, Janie?
Oh, about the standards.
Oh, yeah. Yep. So actually, the Wonders curriculum is built on the Minnesota State standards. There, I can send you all the alignment of here are the standards. Here's where all of those things exist in Wonders. There are the same thing is there for My Math, but there's like 3 of the standards that are needed supplementation for My Math that isn't there for Wonders. It was built on our Minnesota State standards, and people will say that the standards are the curriculum. Well, the standards are the base of what we do. The resources are our curriculum. So the resources that we use in order to teach the standards, absolutely. And Wonders is based on that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Arlen?
Yeah, thank you. The reason I wanted to pull this is because I want to acknowledge Joanna Jager's public comment in regards to this and the points that she put out there. I'm very thankful for the work she's put into our curriculum for our 6th graders, and I want to acknowledge that. And I haven't had a chance to verify the test scores if that part of our testing was doing better, but I'm sure it is. But I also need to acknowledge an email, and I'm not sure quite how to, because I don't know who saw the email, but I think it was addressed to all board members this afternoon. It was endorsed by, the Wonders 2020 was endorsed by all 4 of our elementary principals to go with 2020 for various reasons. And I don't have that email in front of me, but I was very compelling listening to that letter also. So that's why I wanted this polled. I don't know if we're voting for it here now. That's great. If we're going over to 5-1, I'm fine with it. I'm in support of the Wonders 2020 purchase. Thank you.
I would also like to and say thank you to the work that the team of Stephanie, Joanna, and Allison, our 6th grade ELA teachers, have put in long hours in making sure that we are connecting to the standards. So we do appreciate their work, and their work is not going unnoticed. And I do think that the reason that we can have these good discussions are because of the expertise in the room, and everybody has obviously the students' best interest in mind. So we do appreciate their work on that, and they know they will know how to utilize what we have, and they will be able to be our experts in what we have because of their expertise.
I do have one question, unless anybody else has anything that they would like to ask. Joanne, I had talked about the alignment and how it's important for this curriculum to be a springboard for what happens down the line for students. Can you speak to that at all, Jess, on what's the next step after 6th grade for language arts and how we're going to kind of all tie this together?
Mm-hmm. So Wonders 2020 only goes through 6th grade, which is why it wouldn't be going through 7-12. But when we're looking at consistency, and I did hear that directly from Joanna 2 years ago, directly from Stephanie 2 years ago, we need that consistency, that accountability, and that alignment. And so what we would like is to make sure that we can go that far with a curriculum that loops down and loops up. And then the consistency would be, our next steps would be 7 through 12. The springboard is our amazing work that our K through 6 teachers have done in order to give the base to the students, that then we can look at what we're doing. And there is a chance that we will be able to give them a better base to work from that's consistent. And then the 7th grade teachers are able to say, this is what we get when those 6th grade students come to us. And we know based on the data dashboard, we know based on the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 interventions that we've done, we know what all of these kids will need, and we can hand that directly to the 7th grade teachers to build on what we have done. And we're a team in all of this to make sure that we give that to the 7th grade moving forward. And as far as curriculum review, we will be doing that with our 7 through 12 combined with social studies, actually. So social studies and English will do that at the same time, because as you know, like those two things are very connected in how literature is built in time and place, and our historic events are also built through literature.
Great. Thank you. I think that's really important for the public to hear and for our board to know that there's a bigger plan out there. Mike, you're in the queue.
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize what I feel is the importance of consistency in language and presentation through the grades. And so continuing with the same program into the 6th grade makes sense, rather than switching it up. And whatever we do in the 7th grade is up to the upper levels, but maintaining that consistency, I think, will help students. So I'll make a motion to approve the adoption of the Wonders 2020 curriculum tonight.
I'll second that. Heidi Jones.
Oh, Holly was like close second, but she'll take third.
Oh. Get an umpire.
All right. So motions on the table by Mike to approve the purchase of the Wonders curriculum for 6th grade. Heidi has seconded. Any other discussion? All right, then we will take a roll call vote, starting with Mr. Christensen.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks,
Aye.
Ms. Fair,
Aye.
Ms. Jones,
Aye.
Ms. Tower,
Aye.
Mr. Bryant,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. So that passes 7-0. Thank you, everyone. And Jess, thanks again for explaining where things are at and for your time tonight.
Thank you.
All right, next on our agenda is some business items. 5.1, approval of the financial audit.
The financial audit was presented at the last board meeting. At tonight's meeting, we're just looking for official approval of that audit.
Mike will move to approve the audit.
Bryant will second.
Any discussion on the audit? So the motion is to approve the fiscal year 2020 audit as found in our board book. And we will, any other discussion?
No.
All right, we'll take a roll call vote, this time starting with Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Fair.
Aye.
Ms. Jones.
Aye.
Ms. Tower.
Aye.
Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Mr. Christensen.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So the audit passes 7-0. All right. Next is the first student agreement.
So again, I'll give a quick recap. Because we're in distance learning, the school district has the ability to negotiate with our bus service provider for student in order to lower the cost during this time. Sarah Houle of the Center for Effective School Operations, or CESO, is the one who led that effort. She has considerable knowledge of other school districts because of her role as the router for CESO. And the typical range for the percentage payment that schools are making is somewhere between 85 and 90%. Some are a little higher than that. But First Student did agree to an 85% pay while we're in distance learning. Of course, that includes not only the fixed costs that the bus contractor has, but also driver costs. And so they'll be expected to pay drivers for their time. You can see the agreement that's included as an attachment. This was reviewed by the Operations Committee earlier today at a meeting.
Any discussion?
Does the Operations Committee endorse the agreement?
Yes, it does.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll make the move to approve the Pupil Transportation Services Agreement addendum.
And second by Holly. Discussion, Arlen, I see your name in the queue. You're on mute.
Did it again. I was trying to get in there before the vote motion to just say that the Operations Committee did fully endorse signing the agreement. And I was hoping to make the motion, but I'm very glad it's already done. So I'll answer any questions if anybody has. Otherwise, I'm ready to vote.
All right.
No, I'm just pleased that we were able to renegotiate a little bit, understanding these are challenging times. So I appreciate the committee's work and the administration. Thank you.
All right, so the motion on the table is to accept the agreement made by Mike, seconded by Holly. Any other discussion? All right, seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote, this time starting with Ms. Fair.
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Tower?
Aye.
Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
Mr. Derricks?
Aye.
And chair votes aye, passes 7-0. Next is the preschool coordination.
It seems so long ago, but in May, the board did approve a human resources plan that included administrative plans for this year, as well as longer range personnel plans beginning next year for the administration of Colville Family Center. So as you likely know, Min Martin Oaks did retire in 2018, but she's been helping the school district through GCD to provide administrative support. She is scaling back her work time beginning on January 1st, and that's why the motion is presented this evening. What we'd like to do is continue to implement the human resources plan. We did employ a teacher on a 1/5 contract to serve as the preschool coordinator from July 1st through December 31st. Brittany Kuhl is a person, Keel is a person in that particular role. We also hired a full-time early childhood special education or ECSE teacher beginning second semester. Right now, what we have before us is to implement the plan to hire a full-time preschool coordinator from January 1st until the end of this school year. That's the short-range plan. The longer-range plan is to develop a position description for an early childhood director who will supervise employees and determine, plus we'll need to determine if Red Wing Public Schools or GCD holds that contract and hires the position. And so I'd like to suggest that we do that position description and determine who has the contract sometime this spring as part of the HR plan. That director position will be posted in the spring with a start date of July 1st. So that position would replace the preschool coordinator position that would be full-time from January 1st until the end of the fiscal year. I did describe kind of the process that we need to follow to fill position in the middle of the year. That's the third paragraph of the background information.
Any questions for the superintendent?
Yeah, this is Mike. So we need to hire somebody, and it looks like you're looking internally for the second half of the year, school year. And then we'll have to open up the job again. But they both, the person who's hired now will need to be licensed, and then the same thing with the next person who gets hired if it's a different person.
Yeah, the person hired as the preschool coordinator starting January 1st would just need an early childhood special education teaching license. The position's part of the teacher group. We'd only require that as a license because Min Martin Oaks is still willing to help us, for the next 6 months. So really it's kind of a bridge until the end of the year. Because starting July 1st, then we will we'll have the new director hired to begin his or her role in that position. When we hire the early childhood director, we will require an administrative license so the person can supervise employees and take other actions that require such a license. So there will be a change in licensure as of July 1st.
Okay. But Min is there until July 1st to do the dirty work.
Yeah.
Yep, she'll serve as the
okay.
The responsible administrator. Yeah,
Okay,
through June 30th.
It looked to me like she was not doing that, but okay, good. Thank you.
She'll be scaled back significantly, but she's willing to continue to help us on a real part-time basis.
Right.
So, Min will not be housed in the Colville Family Center. She'll be housed probably at GCD or at home.
At home,
but then, if there's an evaluation of a licensed teacher, then she would be responsible for doing that over the next 6 months.
Right. Sounds good. I guess I'll make the motion to approve.
I'll second that.
All right, motion made by Mike, seconded by Holly. The recommendation is to move and I move to approve the hiring plan for the preschool coordinator position starting on January 1st, 2021 as presented. Moved by
Thanks,
Mike,
Dan.
seconded by Holly. Any other discussion? All right, we'll start the roll call vote with Ms. Jones.
Aye.
Ms. Tower?
Aye.
Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
Mr. Derricks?
Aye.
Ms. Fair?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Passes 7-0. All right. The next one is the public summary of evaluation of the superintendent, which is we went into a closed session on November 16th, 2020, as we discussed the evaluation of the superintendent. This is the larger formal evaluation that is conducted on a yearly basis of the superintendent. 8 specific areas were looked at and evaluated, recommended by the Minnesota School Boards Association in their evaluation platform. The governance team was looked at, school district finances, communication and community relationships, school district operations, human resources, teaching and learning, student support, ethical and inclusive leadership. In addition to those 8 areas, we also looked at the superintendent goals that were set for him to work on in 2020. There were many goals and they are listed in the evaluation summary. I won't go through all of those. But each area, those 8 pieces from the MSBA and all the superintendent goals were assessed using a 4-point scale: ineffective, developing, effective, and highly effective. There was also an option for each board member to choose unable to answer if needed. 6 out of 7 board participants, 6 out of 7 board members participated in the annual evaluation, and then the superintendent also provided a self-evaluation in each of those same areas. Let's see. I'm trying to summarize here, so I'm not reading everything verbatim, but I think I will just read the last paragraph and saying that overall the board feels that the superintendent is a strong leader in the district and has demonstrated this most recently through COVID planning and implementation. He has modernized the district practices through technology, has good partnerships with members of the community, is strong in the areas of operations and finance, and has shown growth in communication with board members and the Red Wing community as a whole. Superintendent Anderson is committed to continuous improvement and acknowledges areas that need to be strengthened. The board, along with the superintendent, has agreed to 4 goals. 1 is equity planning. The district is committed to strengthening this area through the leadership and direction of the superintendent. An equity team has already been established, along with the purchase of new inclusive curriculum. A long-term commitment to equity planning and implementation throughout the district is a priority. A second goal that the board has worked on with the superintendent is student achievement. An educational plan is set to address the achievement issues the district faces. A robust directive to address achievement gaps is essential for the next year and beyond. Third goal is the recovery from COVID. And the 4th goal is human resources. The board is directing the superintendent to focus on hiring practices that follow a consistent procedure and match adopted policy. Attention needs to be given to overall HR plan with an overarching goal of organizational structure. So the full public summary is found in your board packet and can be read at your leisure. And nothing needs to be done with that at this time. Any comments or questions? All right, then moving on to the superintendent contract. The Personnel Committee has reviewed the contract, and based on the directive by this board, we've been in negotiations with the superintendent on his contract. In summary, we're looking at a 2-year contract for 2021 through 2023 school years. The agreement includes a 0% salary increase for both years, a decrease in the car allowance beginning in the first year, changes to the language for HRA to include the VIBA option, and changes to the language and severance provisions. There were unnecessary spaces that were deleted from the contract. So the red line version shows numerous deletions of spaces. So we just kind of cleaned up the contract. The clean copy of the agreement is included in the board packet, and a red line version is included as an extra. Comments?
No, thanks, Pam. And I guess as personnel chair, I just wanted to add that we just felt like this 2-year agreement was the best focus for stability for our district at this time. We appreciated the idea of a salary freeze, and that's why you see some changes, obviously, in tenure and severance and the car allowance and such. And again, we even took into account referendum, which was a big thing that we wanted to consider, as always making sure a superintendent is able to follow out their plan that they put into place. And if the board would want to go a different direction, that a new superintendent would come in to implement that next referendum. So again, we'll take questions and comments, but I appreciated Superintendent Anderson's willingness to be very fair in this situation, and I think we have a fair agreement here.
Holly is in the queue.
I think Jim was before Holly.
I was pointing at Jim on my screen. He's first.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Jim.
No worries. No worries. Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, obviously, I could probably support a 1-year contract. You know, I was against the idea of a multi-year contract. I even told the personnel chair, committee chair that. I still think this should be decided by the next board. And I'll a couple comments here. And obviously, I'm probably in the minority here, but I'm going to speak up. According to 4.3, expiration of the current contract and new contract going forward, the contract shall expire at the end of the term specified in section A above. At the conclusion of its term, neither party shall have any further claim against the other, and the school district employment of the superintendent shall cease unless the subsequent contract is entered into accordance with MSB. 3 to 6 months prior to the expiration of this contract, at the superintendent's written request, the school board shall conduct a performance evaluation of the superintendent pursuant to Minnesota statute. So we are over 6 months, almost 7 months before its expiration. I still don't think, I don't know why this has to be rammed through. So with that, I read an interesting article in the Pioneer Press. I hope others did too, about the Stillwater School Board, how they are doing a contract by the lame duck, so to speak, board. And there's uproar of that, because kind of reminded me of this action tonight. So I still think the school board coming up should do it, should be negotiating the contract, and I would be in favor of a 1-year contract, but apparently we're going with 2. I do have a question for Mr. Anderson. As a leader of the school district, do you think we should be voting on your contract, given there's a investigation that we have not been given to, has not been given to the school board yet? That's a yes or no.
Well, I'll answer how I want to answer, Jim. And I'm confident in the work that I've done, that we've done collaboratively. It's certainly within the rights of the school board and the superintendent to agree to a contract during the last year of a contract. So I think it's perfectly legal. And, you know, there are complaints that are filed from time to time. And I'm very confident that that I've done nothing wrong that would justify any sort of disciplinary action.
Do you think we should be voting on your contract tonight based upon that? My question?
You bet.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. That specifies shows your leadership. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm. Holly?
Yeah, Carson, what's your current salary?
Hold on just a second.
Mm-hmm.
I wish they'd put salary information right on the very first page. It's always what people look for. It's $155,429.
And do you know what that rounds up to with benefits and such?
I don't know offhand.
Jackie, are you on? Would you know?
Hang on, I got a dog barking. I don't have the exact figure in front of me, but it's 190 to 200,000.
Okay, thank you. So I've had a lot of time to think and process through this, and I've reached out to MSBA for some guidance because I feel like it's a really big decision. And I feel like pluses and minuses are all across the board for a variety of reasons. And much like Jim said, he's willing to look at a one-year contract. But when I did talk to MSBA, they said it's extremely uncommon that a leaving board would vote in a superintendent for 2 more years without the coming in board having a say. And so they were surprised by that. And that's
Who
where
did you talk to at MSBA?
Gail.
Is she the one who gave the workshop session?
Yes.
Okay. I don't think it's unusual at all, to be honest with you.
I'm not done, Carson. So I'm just
Okay.
letting you know that was the conversation I had with her.
Mhm.
She said a 1 year isn't unreasonable because there's continuity then going into the 1 year, but a 2 year is kind of unreasonable, expecting a new board to govern with the superintendent after having spent time with him. They could come in with a variety of ideas. They could come in with things that, they don't necessarily agree with. So I just feel it's real presumptuous, much like I had communicated before that I wasn't comfortable with it. So I'm comfortable with a 1 year at 0%. It's not my first choice, but I would be willing to compromise with that. And everybody's given the opportunity to reach out to MSBA. This wasn't just a Holly thing, but I really felt I needed guidance from another entity on how we should move forward with this board, knowing 3 people who are extremely bright, intelligent, capable, qualified community members, have a say. So that's where I stand on this.
Yeah, and I'll respond that I think 2 and 3 year contracts are very common for superintendents. So I'd be, I'm kind of surprised that Gail would say that it's highly unusual. I guess I didn't have the conversation with Gail, you did, but I think a 2 or 3 year contract would be, certainly appropriate.
And then quick, if I can just add, we discussed a lot about the 1 year and 2 years. So, maybe if I can address that just real quick. Again, we decided that for the best interest of the district at this time with the finances, that it really made sense to go with the 2 year. And that, if the new board, whoever it may be, or whether the superintendent wanted to stay here after in the middle of that time, or the new board came on and it wasn't working out, that it could be mutually agreed upon to part ways at times. So I just wanted to bring that up, that was considered, but we felt like with the salary freeze and again in a pandemic, that this was in the best interest of our students and staff at this time. So.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, Janie, because, and I think I've said this before, you know, I want to continue to live and work in Red Wing. There is no doubt about it. At the same time, though, you know, I want to be able to, you know, I want to work in a setting where the school board wants me to be working. And so, you know, like Janie said, you know, if it's mutually agreeable to, you know, do a change, we can certainly do that. And if there's enough lead time, that would give me a chance to, you know, look for another position and for the school board to find a different superintendent. So, you know, that's kind of how I view, you know, all of this as far as a 1, 2, or 3 year agreement.
Janie, we also talked about the superintendent being in for that first year in order to get started on a subsequent referendum, operating referendum, which will be needed. And we usually try to pass that a year before it expires, and it's expiring at the end of the second year. So it gives an opportunity to see if we can pass, if the board can pass an operating referendum under current leadership. And if that doesn't work, the board can decide to let go or whatever, but and also we wanted to give Karsten the opportunity to fulfill the goals of the previous referendum. You know, he set this ball in motion, and we thought it was fair to give him the opportunity to move it all the way to the proverbial goal line until the next referendum comes up and we see what else needs to be done or what the future board will need. I don't see how someone, well, anyway, I won't address that, but you know, this is what we thought with the experience that we've had, and that, like I've said before, Karsten has done a tremendous job getting this district organized in an organized fashion. I mean, it was fairly free form when I came on the board, and Karsten is, like Jim says, a control freak. He likes to know where things are. He likes to keep things in order, and he has really helped this district get in order. When I was interviewing people for the letter that we wrote to the paper about the beginning of the COVID, about implementing the new COVID protocols, without exception, everybody I spoke to gave great praise for Karsten's work on keeping everybody focused on the end goal of getting kids back to school. And like I said, there were no exceptions. Everybody just said, when we were divided, when we couldn't figure out, when there were 12 people in the room saying we can't do this, Karsten was there to push them forward. And they said every time he pushed us forward, every time he kept us focused on the far goal, he was right every time to keep them pushing. And so he definitely earns the 1 year contract. And the second year is just to try and carry through the goals that we have set for him. And when the new board comes on, if they really don't like him, if you guys decide that he's not the one for you, you can get rid of him in a year, as long as you let him know that. But we felt that he deserved the chance to take it to the end line with our goals as a district. And like I said, he's done a great job. And maybe Heidi will mention the dearth of superintendents that are out there right now. Really, good luck finding somebody as good as Karsten, I think. But someone might always pop up. You never know. But Karsten has done a very good job with this district. Thanks.
Heidi's in the queue, and then Marlon.
Could you clarify for me first, Pam, in my role as the clerk, who did you give the second on that motion to? Was it me or was it Mike?
I gave it to you.
Okay, just want to clarify my notes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe we have a good superintendent. He's doing a great job, especially I think through COVID planning and the response and the continued response we have to make moving ahead, being nimble, being agile. We couldn't have done this 10 years ago. The leadership just wasn't there. We didn't even have an organizational chart. So our Carson is very good at assessing deficits, weak areas, strengths we can build on. I think that's critical. I have confidence moving ahead that this is the right direction. I think the Personnel Committee articulated the timelines correctly as far as transitions and referendum planning. What Mike is referring to, had an MSBA board meeting on Wednesday afternoon, and we had the chance to have a dialogue with the executive director of the Minnesota Association of School Administrators. Her name is Deb Henton. And I have had the opportunity to ask her, what is the future of superintendencies in Minnesota? Right now, it's a challenging climate for all types of public education staff, superintendents included. There are 15 openings across the state right now, and they expect more for superintendents. Leadership matters. I think that's what Mike was trying to say. Leadership matters. And that's what Deb Hinton said also. Leadership matters. So there is a concern out there for the well-being of superintendents, especially in this environment, and the longevity. And I think it would just, I think it just situates Red Wing in public schools in a good position if we have Carson at the helm for a couple more years. And I think that's a compromise from the usual 3 years. And I think the timing works for everybody.
Arlen, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Listen to everybody here tonight, and it really doesn't matter because I think everybody's mind is already made up. There's nothing I can say that's going to change anybody's mind, so I'm just going to go on the record that I believe the new board should be making this decision, and I will not be voting in favor of this tonight because of it. I will say that I think the financial terms are very good. I know somebody asked what the salary was and the benefits. And I think if you did a study of superintendent pay, you'll find out we're getting a very good bang for the buck, to put it very at the end. So it's not an issue of the contract per se. It's an issue of telling other people who they should employ or who they have to employ. That's what it comes down to. And I would suspect that there's a very, more than likely, a very strong possibility they would. And if I was, I probably shouldn't say this, but if I was coming into the position as superintendent, I would want to know I had the full support of the current board that I have to work with me. And that would be accomplished by doing that vote after the first year. But the votes are going to go tonight. I'll be voting no tonight. And it's nothing that I'm proposing that we should be making a change. It's just that I feel the new board should be having that say. Thank you.
Holly?
I just wanted a quick comment. Heidi, I do know Deb Hinton quite well. I've worked with her in St. Paul, number one. And number two, I have about 10 friends right now who are in administrative programs for superintendency. So it's not as bleak as it feels. And I know people get information, but that world isn't as bleak as what you were communicated with. And this is not a Carson piece, but this is addressing that piece. It's not that bleak. So I just wanted to put that there.
One of the other comments that Deb mentioned that I didn't say, but I'll say now is they offer aspiring superintendent academies, and they have very few participants. So it isn't as easy, I don't think. I mean, those were Deb's words. I'm just relaying information.
And I have been for 25 years. And so I know what's out there also. So that hiring piece, it's not that difficult for some of us who have hired many, many people in a pool of candidates to go through applications. I know that was brought up in the past. That's not that hard for some of us to do. So I just wanted to comment on that piece. And yeah, that's all I have to say.
Any other discussion? All right, let's see. The motion on the table is to approve a 2-year contract with the superintendent. And so the motion is I move to approve the superintendent's contract for the 2021 to 23 contract years as presented. Any other discussion? All right, then we will take a roll call vote starting with Holly Tower.
No.
Jim Bryant?
No.
Mike Christensen?
Aye.
Arlen Derricks?
No.
Jenny Fair?
Aye.
Heidi Jones?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So that passes 4-3.
Well, if I could just add one thing. First, thank you. As I said, I really want to keep living and working in Red Wing. It's such a great school district and community. At the same time, I respect the opinions that Jim, Holly, and Arlen had, and I take that to heart. I'll work not only with this group through December 31st, but with the new school board starting January 1st. And, we're all on the same team, and I'm going to make every effort I can to make our school district even a better place.
Thank you, Superintendent Anderson. Next agenda item is number 5.6, program directors.
Madam Chair.
What?
May I make a statement?
Okay.
I just want to let Carson know I'm looking forward to working with him next year, and I just voted the way I feel that when the vote should happen, the timing, but I am looking forward to working with you for the next 2 years. So congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Program directors and supervisors, terms and conditions of employment.
Yeah, we have multiple documents that control the terms and conditions of employment for at-will employees. And it's kind of changed with time, but we have 3 sets of them to consider approval tonight. The first set is now being called the Program Directors and Supervisors Terms and Conditions of Employment. We used to have, it used to be called Program Supervisors and Non-Classified Personnel, but after the documents became too confusing to look at, I separated what we now call the Program Directors and Supervisors from the non-classified personnel. So the non-classified is the next set here that we'll consider approval. So the Personnel Committee has reviewed recommendations for the Programs Directors and Supervisors over a few different months. The proposed document includes due to changes in responsibilities, the Human Resources Manager position description was rebanded and placed accordingly. So there's a change there. There are cost of living increases on the schedule of 1% the first year and 0% the second year. I will add that there is some benefit to not being a certified bargaining group. And in this case, let's say if enrollment started coming back, the state really came through with a solid increase. I don't expect either of those things to happen, but suppose it did, then we could come back with these documents and give an increase 1 or both years. So even though it's a meager amount, 1% over the 2-year period, that could be adjusted in the future if things really turn around. Again, I don't anticipate that, but it's certainly possible. There were some pay differentials proposed for increase due to a person's background. If that was not part of the position descriptions, we did increase vacation allotment because they are all exempt employees. And so they put in extra time, without getting compensated for it. And so it's pretty typical to give folks in those positions vacation allotments, from the beginning of their employment. And then there's some other changes as shown in the red line version that's also included. I will add one thing. Alan Gaylor has been waiting patiently. He was hired when this document had not yet been set for the Director of Buildings and Grounds. And so a group and step placement is needed. And so that's also part of the recommendation. Just wanted to point that out.
Is that one motion or two, Karsten?
It could be either or. The recommendation has two different motions. One is to approve the program directors and supervisors terms and conditions of employment. The second recommendation is to move to place Mr. Gaylor at Group B, Step 13, beginning on his first day of employment as a Director of Buildings and Grounds. He's a different position, and so
Right.
this term would start when he started as a Director of Buildings and Grounds.
Okay, I move to approve the program directors and supervisors terms and conditions of employment as presented.
I'll second. Heidi Jones.
Any other discussion? All right, so we'll take a roll call vote. Starting.
You have some discussion.
Jim and then Holly and then Janie.
Oh, all right, sorry.
We got on there quick.
I know, right? Jim, Holly, Janie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Couple questions. How many people, how many new supervisors have you created out of this group? Program directors and supervisors.
New supervisors?
You have the title Terms and Condition of Employment for Program Directors and Supervisors.
Yeah, I use the, right now this particular document would have three directors or three positions of directors, student support coordinators, as well as human resources manager.
Okay, and how many were in those positions before? How many did you add any people to this group?
Let me see. Yes, it'd be the human resources manager.
So there's a cost to that, correct?
Yes, there is. By the way, this position has gone through several iterations over the last several years. At one time, it was the personnel and benefits coordinator, and then it was changed to human resources coordinator, and now the recommendation is human resources manager. The title is there, but the real reason for the change in banding would be the level of responsibility that this person has. And so position descriptions have changed, just like the titles have over the last several years. And most recently, we did send it in for rebanding by Bob Bjorklund. And he came back with a particular band level that was higher than it was previously. So that's why, it's in the positions is in its own category.
Okay, and how much more money is this costing us to go to this with this group?
Yeah, if I could, I think Jackie Paradis is on the call and she's running all the financial numbers. So I'll let her answer that question, Jim.
All right, hang on. Okay. So I ran the costing numbers and I forgot, should have pulled them up here. Just give me 1 second to pull them up. But in terms of salary, we're coming out break even to budget because I had budgeted for a 2% increase and then we had some resignations and retirements. So we rehired at lower steps. So in terms of salary, we're coming out pretty close to what we budgeted. What is going to cost us over the next 2 years is the health insurance benefits because these are they're higher rates than we had anticipated. And I believe in the general fund, and I'm just talking off the top of my head here because I haven't found the numbers yet. I believe the general fund is going to be about $20,000 above what we'd budgeted, and health insurance and community service fund is about 15.
Okay. Thank you. My question is, I looking on section 4, the health and hospitalization insurance family coverage. By adding one employee, you're paying that person $1,650 per month toward the premium cost of family coverage for each full-time employee employed by the school district. So that money's got to come from somewhere. So my question is, how does that meet the referendum requirements that we promised to people? Secondly, on the other side of it, I will say by the job description, it's good to see under number 8, Minister's Employee Benefits Program. This person will now prepare invoices and notices for insurance premiums for retirees and FLM and COBRA participants, along with conducting new hire benefit orientations, which they were probably doing already. So there's some good out of it, but I'm just saying this can cost us a lot more money. And one last comment, banding, you and I have talked about, Mr. Anderson. Banding is just a pay mechanism, has zero to do with supervision, duties, and responsibilities. So it's kind of like pay equity. So I don't know how we can justify spending all this money and then paying somebody $1,650 and others for family coverage when we're looking at a little or nothing raise for other people. So I'm just kind of mesmerized by why we want to spend money like this when we're going to be running in a deficit down the road here in another year or so. We're going to be in the red. So I'm really concerned about that. And I want to bring it up. The motion's on the table already. I can't be in favor of this. I believe Mr. Gaylor, if that was a separate motion, I think that's totally accurate because we gave him that position beforehand, before we did this. But now we're moving people into this, and I just can't go along with that portion of it. So thank you.
Yeah, if I could just respond, while Jackie looks up some of the information for your first one or two questions. But in terms of pay equity, of course, pay equity is based on fair treatment of male-dominated and female-dominated classes. I am very supportive of pay equity law. I think it's something that is the right thing to do. And when they look at the banding of positions, one of the key factors is whether or not that person supervises others. And plus a lot of other things and educational requirements and those kinds of things. So that explains why there's a difference between the group employees like Brent Lexfold and Alan Gaylor and Amy French, who's the human resources manager. Brent and Alan supervise about 30 employees each, whereas Amy, does not, supervise people. So that's why she's banded lower than the group B employees. But certainly the level of supervision, the level of responsibility and expertise needed are all factored into the decision-making process when the banding occurs. And Jackie, do you have?
Just a minute. I'll just comment. I'm very familiar with pay equity as when I was on the county. We dealt with that every so many years, like you say.
Mm-hmm.
I totally respect the process, but it's got zero to do with putting somebody into a supervisory role. That's what Pell was for, not pay equity or banding, as you call it. So, thank you.
Jackie, are you ready to weigh in, or should we move to Holly?
Am I unmuted now?
Yep.
All right. So here's the costing that was presented at the personnel committee meeting a couple weeks ago. So you can see salary wise in year one. So this is the budget. This would be the the cost of the salary in year one, which is also this school year,
Can you
is
blow it
down
up a
about
bit, Jackie,
$4,000.
please?
Yep, I can blow it up.
Thanks.
But the
Maybe not that
big
much.
cost here is insurance, going up about $24,000 for the contract year. Community ed fund is down overall, down about $41,000, but they also have a couple employees who we budgeted for who are currently on furlough.
Thanks, Jackie, for those numbers. Holly, you're in the queue, and then Jeannie.
Thank you. Okay, I have to get this squared away in my head. And I know if I'm confused, there's others who are confused. Are we overdue with the custodian's contract?
Yeah, the custodial contract expired June 30th of 2020. And so we're negotiating, starting for July, the terms and conditions for July 1st.
So then we retro pay back if there's any money whatsoever, whatever. I don't know what's being negotiated. I'm deeply concerned that that contract is still not settled and we're moving in to give this jump, not to people who don't deserve it. But I'm deeply concerned the message it sends to how we value and prioritize all of our employees. Why hasn't that been settled? Why aren't the custodians in a place where they feel whatever it is they need to feel, and then we move on to the next chunk of how we spend our money?
So I'm not, the problem with that is you talk about priorities, and I will say that every employee is valuable. And, we're making decisions about negotiations, the terms and conditions of employment, and it's impossible for us to do everything at one time. It just isn't possible. And so I'm a strong proponent of, providing appropriate pay increases for every employee in the district, including our custodians. And I'm very confident that we're going to get to that point. But they are a certified bargaining unit. So we have to negotiate, with, the union, whereas these folks are at-will employees. And so the school board itself can make those decisions.
That still doesn't help me understand why it's taken this long to settle that contract. Were there meetings with them in the summer? I'm talking about, okay, so these people have been waiting. Oh, and in the meantime, keep waiting because we're going to do this.
Yeah, and principals and directors are in the same boat.
Theirs is overdue as well?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Contracts are overdue as well?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep, custodians, principals, and directors.
Okay.
I know when I first started here, or before I started here, I think there were actually a lot more contracts that would go into, the next contractual term before they're settled. We've had a better record here over the last 10 years, but this year, understandably, with COVID, the unknown budget situation, all those things, we do have several contracts that are into the new contractual term years.
It still doesn't feel fair or right that we're going to do this without having finished that, regardless of who gets what money. That's not my point. But it sends a different message.
I think the message that we need to share is that every employee is important and that we need to provide appropriate compensation for everyone in the school district. That's how I view it. And I think we all agree on that. Then the rest is timing. And, as you know, we had a closed session to discuss negotiation strategy. I feel like I don't have the ability to go over and above the parameters that all of you or all of us came up with for negotiations. I don't think the negotiations committee feels that it can go over the parameters. And that's one reason why we're coming back to have a closed session on December 21st to discuss what the custodians, latest proposal is.
So why wouldn't we settle that and then move into this? I'm talking about, yeah, why wouldn't we go to want to settle that and then move into the next group of money and people that we need to be fair to?
It could be months for any one of the certified bargaining groups. I have no idea when we're going to settle with the custodians, principals, and directors. We want the settlements as soon as possible. It's better for the employees, and second, it's really good for our payroll, department, to catch up on some of those retro payments. And but it's impossible for us to negotiate everything all at once at the same time with approval all at once. It is impossible.
Okay, so I'm just going to rephrase it one more time and then I'll be done. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I don't actually,
okay.
because I think you're talking about, so you're saying that custodians are more important than the people that we're talking about tonight.
Nope.
Okay.
Did we negotiate during the summer when it was time to negotiate?
Yes, we did.
And then we're still here 7 months later.
Yes, we are.
And that's very common, Holly. I guess I'm sorry to kind of jump in, but just as somebody helping lead negotiations, it's very common to go even more than 7 months. I mean, I've been in some negotiations where it's gone almost 2 years. So I think, because I think I'm understanding you're just seeing it as a priority of why we're doing kind of one group when we haven't finished with another, while giving another group an increase, right? And I'm just paraphrasing, of course, but I get where you're going, and we talked about this at personnel, and so I understand your concerns, but it is very much of we gotta keep on going, or nobody's gonna get done. So unfortunately, we didn't come to terms and agreement with the custodians, and we had to go to mediation, and now we're waiting on that, and it's a whole long process. So we just have to continue the work before us. So right now, the work before us is these supervisors and the personnel, that has been presented tonight. And I really do think we'll come to terms with custodians. It's just it's such a process of waiting for mediation to happen and waiting for their group to approve it, and then waiting for that, then us approving it. And it's a long thing, but we negotiate all through the summer and tried to do that. It's just we couldn't come to terms. So I think I understand where you're coming from and just what that looks like of the priority, but it very much is just, you're working on multiple things at a time, and you try to get the one done that has been agreed upon. So.
Okay, so I guess my concern is in organizational style,
yeah,
which I think is valid. And thank you, Janie, for helping to expound on what I was trying to say.
Well, I hope that helped, but I don't. Yeah. And I guess, and if maybe this will help too, but Jackie, I know I had asked at the personnel committee meeting, because I know that, again, this doesn't kind of feel right for multiple positions that are going to be presented to us, of kind of a change in banding during this time where we are making decisions based on finances. And when I asked that question to Jackie and Karsten, I mean, it seemed like, and I don't mean to put words in their mouth because it's been a while and I want them to say it now, but it seemed like it was important to do it at this time because it would have issues waiting. Am I saying that correctly, Jackie or Karsten, or can you comment on that, of why now?
Yeah, why now was your question. And my comment back to that is, we've kind of had a perfect storm of resignations and retirements to where we have the money in the budget right now to do it. And if we wait in the future, we know we are going to have some difficult times and we may never get the opportunity again, was, I guess, my paraphrase of that.
Okay.
So it might be years in the future.
Okay, I think I've made my point, and I will follow up with personal conversations after this. Thank you.
Janie, did you have anything else to add, because you were in the queue?
No, that was my question that I was going to ask, was the why now question. So yeah. I hope that worked out.
So we do have the motion on the table. Was it for both of them, to approve the program directors and Mr. Gaylor?
It was just the first.
Just the
motion.
first one. I move to approve the program directors and supervisors terms and conditions of employment as presented. Mike gave that motion and Heidi seconded.
Correct.
All right, why don't we go ahead then? I'm seeing no other discussion on this. We'll go ahead and have a roll call vote, starting with Mr. Bryant.
No.
Mr. Christensen.
Yes.
Mr. Derricks.
Yes.
Ms. Fair.
Aye.
Ms. Jones.
Aye.
Ms. Tower.
No.
And chair votes aye. So that's 5-2. It passes.
And then we'll need a motion to place Alan Gaylor at Group B, Step 13, beginning on his first day of employment as the Director of Buildings and Grounds.
So moved by Mike.
Janie will second that.
Any other discussion on this motion? Seeing none, we'll take a roll call vote, starting with Mr. Christensen.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Fair.
Aye.
Ms. Jones.
Aye.
Ms. Tower.
No.
And Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So that passes 6-1. All right, we can move on to our next agenda item, which is the non-classified personnel terms and conditions of employment.
So again, this is the other half of the previous group. This would be the non-classified personnel, which includes the district office folks. That's the majority of the positions here. Due to changes again in responsibilities, several position descriptions were rebanded and placed accordingly. Some increased their banding rating, others decreased their banding rating. Again, it's based on the position description. Cost of living increases on the schedule. For the first year, again, 1%. The second year was 0%. There's some other changes as shown in the red line version. I would like to point out one thing. There were some, with most, nearly all employees, there's one step given, each year if they were hired before January 1st of the previous year. Did make one exception for people hired before a certain date in the contract. I think it's 1995. You can find it in the document there. But for those hired before that date, the recommendation is to give 3 steps. Just because several years ago when we took salary ranges and put them into steps, people who had a significant amount of experience ended up at step 1 or step 2. And so this is one way to help catch them up, in terms of step increases. So that's the one exception. There are a lot of other changes in the actual red line version that I'm sure you've hopefully had a chance to look at. This particular, there are 3 recommendations. First is to approve the non-classified personnel terms and conditions of employment. Second is to place Justin Pline as a school age coordinator at Group B, Step 1. Danny Anderson as the Buildings and Grounds Administrator at Group B, Step 6. Charlie McLaughlin as the IT Systems Administrator at Group B, Step 13. And then finally, the last recommendation is to place other personnel in rebanded positions at the lowest step that at least equals their rate of pay as if the position had not been rebanded. I know that's a complicated way to say things, but we don't want to, as we change the banding, at least I don't want to hurt somebody's pay, because of that. And so what we've done in the past is put them at the next highest step.
Any discussion or questions for Superintendent Anderson or Jackie on this?
With that, Madam Chair, I'd like to move on the first motion, which is to approve the non-classified personnel terms and conditions of employment as presented.
Motion made by Heidi. Do I have a second?
Mike will second.
Any other discussion on that first recommendation? All right, we'll start the roll call vote with Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Fair?
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Tower?
No.
Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
And chair votes aye, so that passes 6-1. The second recommendation is listed there with Mr. Pline, Danny Anderson.
Mike will move to place Justin Pline as the school age coordinator at Group B, Step 1. Danny Anderson as the Buildings and Grounds Administrator at Group B, Step 6. Charlie McLaughlin at the IT Systems Administrator at Group B, Step 13.
Janie will second.
Any discussion?
Just a question, Madam Chair.
Yep.
What is, you talked earlier about an IT director or something, IT position, some stipend. Is there, is it the, I'll be blank. Is it Charlie McLaughlin you were talking about? Is that who you're talking about? No?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that question so I could clarify. Charlie McLaughlin was a network specialist, through last year. And then we did open up a position as an IT systems administrator who would take on responsibilities that a previous consultant did. And so that's kind of that part of it. In addition to that, Mike Pagel would be the one serving as a director of, well, we're calling it director of technology. Maybe a better term would be the director of instructional technology. And so Mike would supervise Charlie and Julie Dahl, as well as some other part-time people.
Don't we contract with Kevin Johnson to do some of that too? The technology part, the IT part? Are we getting rid of that contract?
Yeah, well, he was scaled back from full-time to, I believe, 2/5 of 2 days every week. And so as we scaled back, of course, we hired Alan Gaylor, we increased, Charlie's responsibilities. And then we also added Mike Pagel to serve as the director of technology. In the end, the actual technology changes were less than what we have budgeted, even if we add Mike Pagel as the director of technology and make this change for Charlie as the IT systems administrator.
Yeah, my understanding of Kevin, and I'm not picking on Kevin, I'm just trying to understand the flow of things here because it's kind of all over. Mr. Johnson was hired at 2/5 with a stipend for other things that were coming into it. So I'm just asking, I think there's something towards his health, towards health insurance or mileage or some type of compensation besides just a flat. Doesn't matter. I'm not here to talk about that. I'm just saying, where do we, when do we start getting away from consultants too? I guess when we're having people here that can do the functions.
Yeah, as far as the, for many years, the school district hired Mark to serve as a technology consultant. That cost was $40,000 per year, and so we've eliminated that contract. And so Mark retired, and so it was a logical time to eliminate that. We may need like an hourly contract for some services. But really, any consulting work with technology will be significantly less. We believe that Charlie can handle most of that increased technology. Kevin's time is, 2/5 of what it was. And, he's working, mostly with buildings and grounds, a little bit with technology from time to time, but it's mostly with buildings and grounds. The other part is that we, at least not in my tenure, we have not had, a teacher or an administrator serve as the director of technology. And I think that's been a real need for us. When Mike Pagel is at the table, He's lived it, he's taught it, he understands what teachers need, what administrators need. And so that's why we really value, his role in that position. So I think it's a really good team now.
Yeah, I'm not here to discuss that at all. You went way into it more than I thought. But I think we'll have to have that conversation in 2021 as to, on the technology side, how it can shape. And Mr. Pago would be he's been a wonderful addition to it. I'm not saying that one bit. So.
Oh, and by the way, Jim, even just this afternoon with the personnel committee, we talked about that because right now we have, our Sunnyside Elementary principal who's also serving as the director of technology. And, in the ideal world, we would have a full-time, director of instructional technology, someone who wakes up every day thinking about that, working on it, improving, what we do in the classrooms with technology. That hasn't been included in a HR plan. And, with our budget situation, I'm not sure if there's a chance that it could be next year or following years. But my point is that, we do need to keep talking about it. There's no doubt.
Yeah, no doubt. And your organizational chart, we got to quit putting Band-Aids on and come up with a solid plan. You know how I feel about that, and you and I are on the same page on that. But we just keep putting the dikes leaking, and we keep putting Band-Aids on it. We need to fix it. So
yeah, and I think the personnel committee would agree, especially with this technology position. So it's always a delicate balance because we know what we want and need. And yet, the resources aren't necessarily there to actually do it. But I want all those on the table every year, because I think we really need to honestly look at our needs and then find ways to fill them whenever we can.
Sure. And I think Jackie alluded to this is, I think, I don't have the exact words. The things fell into place here where openings were developed there. We should have maybe looked at even broader as to the whole organizational chart as to how we can, instead of piecemealing it, get her done. Make that big move and get her done so you don't have to worry about it down the road and keep kind of shuffling the pieces around. So
right. Yeah, I think you and I agree there.
I think we missed an opportunity tonight on that. So, but it is what it is. So. Mm-hmm. I'm done, Madam Chair.
All right. We do have a motion on the table that Mike read in its entirety with Janie seconding. Any other discussions? All right. Ms. Fair, we'll start the vote with you.
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Tower?
No.
Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
Mike Christensen?
Aye.
Mr. Derricks?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, so that passes 6-1. And then the last one is the recommendation is to place other non-classified personnel in rebanded positions at the lowest step that at least equals their rate of pay as if the position had not been rebanded.
So moved by Mike.
Second.
Mike and Jim, any other discussion? All right, we'll start the roll call vote with Ms. Jones.
Aye.
Ms. Tower.
No.
Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Mr. Christensen.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Fair.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. That passes 6-1. Superintendent Anderson, let's do the program assistance, and then I'm going to call for a 5-minute recess, and then we can come back and finish up the meeting, please.
Sure. This one will be streamlined. You can see the positions that are covered by the program assistance terms and conditions of employment. The recommendation is to increase or have a cost of living increase of 1% the first year, 0% the second year. There is an added provision in the document that gives health insurance contributions if someone works at least 30 hours per week. Jackie informed me that as per state law, we're obligated to provide that benefit. For many years, we didn't have anyone who was a program assistant who met that minimum hour threshold, and so it wasn't included. Now we have someone, so we included that particular provision. And that's all I have.
All right, looking for a motion to approve.
So moved.
By
Heidi
Mike,
Jones,
Oh,
second by Mike.
wrestling match.
I heard Mike as a second. Who was the first? Who got that?
Heidi.
Was that
Heidi,
Heidi? All right. Given to Heidi for the motion and seconded by Mike. Any other discussion? All right, we'll start the vote with Holly Tower.
No.
Jim Bryant.
I'll probably vote yes because I lost my computer and internet here for
Oh,
my
no.
my programming or my thing. So yeah, I'll go ahead and vote aye.
Okay. Mr. Christensen.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Fair.
Aye.
Ms. Jones.
aye.
Chair votes aye, so that passes 6-1. It is 9:04, and I'm going to call for a brief recess. We'll reconvene at 9:15. 9:15, and we will resume our meeting with agenda item number 5.9, which is COVID-related issues.
Yeah, I did include the county COVID rates from last Thursday in the board packet, as well as the latest COVID data that includes a whole bunch of different figures. That really gets updated 2 times every week, but I try to minimize sharing of the data, only when you need it. Are there any questions about those county rates? They're still quite high, but we're closely monitoring it. Right now the rates do not include any potential transmissions over Thanksgiving break. So we'll see what happens when the report comes out, the next 2 reports. I do want to let the board know that we will do a COVID transition. I call it survey in the board packet. It's really kind of morphed away from being a survey and just a direct question to each family who chose online only learning, because we really need to figure out who wants to come back in person out of that group that had chosen online only for the whole first semester. And that's sounds like an easy thing to do, but it's incredibly complicated because in grades K through 4, for example, we have to determine where those kids will go to school, and that's largely determined by room capacities, which vary depending on the site. So for example, if a student who's online only, who lives across the street from Jefferson, wants to come back to in-person learning at the beginning of 3rd quarter, that person may not go to Jefferson because the room capacity limits might prevent that. And so then we're looking at where that person can go. And then of course, if he or she has brothers and sisters, we try to keep family units together. And so Kayla and Carly, our 2 student support coordinators, really have taken that on to figure out those classroom placements. We need to know that information as soon as possible, so we have a month's worth of time to figure out all those details. So I just want to let you know that we will be sending those letters out, and again, they're going to be sent, or emails out. They're going to be sent to the families who chose online only coursework. The last item that I have anyway is during this last summer, the school board approved reopening Jefferson School and reconfiguring grade levels for the current school year. Thank you for that. Without that work, without that decision, I don't think we could have come back to in-person learning for our elementary kids, or it would have looked very different. The plan has always been to revert back to the previous grade configurations. Unfortunately, though, there is still a lot of uncertainty about next year, and hopefully some of it will be resolved this spring or summer. The problem is that we have to make big decisions before we know some of that information. So the administrative team really wants to tackle that over the next 2 weeks, and look at some options, perhaps make a recommendation for next year. Before we do that, though, we need to talk to people who work closest with our kids, namely teachers, paraprofessionals, and others, so we can talk through these things before making a presentation of the board. So I just want to throw it out there just to let you know that that's what we're planning to do. Clearly, a school board, will need to make this decision, and it will probably be made in January, because it's a considerable, we need to make this a deliberative process. But I wanted to throw it out there that we are going to start talking with staff members about possible plans for next year, and that will give school board members an update 2 weeks from now. That's all I have, but I'm sure there are lots of questions still, especially as we are now in between Thanksgiving and Christmas with a lot of uncertainties going into January.
Janie, you're in the queue.
Well, thank you. I think many of you kind of know where I'm at on this, and I feel like we need to do something. I still don't think there's enough kind of planning for bringing kids back into school. And, I put this on us as a board. I put it on Kirsten also. So this is the board's decision to go back into some kind of, less restrictive learning environment. And I just feel like we have to do something, honestly. And I'm at a loss of what to do. Many of you have gotten the same emails and calls that I have too. I mean, I've received over 30, 40 emails in favor of trying to get back to a hybrid or in-person learning for elementary kids. And I've only received 2 to stay in distance or hybrid. And I guess I just want to remind everybody that distance was a choice for people that wanted to make that happen, that felt safer in that capacity if it worked for their kids. But for many, distance learning is not working at all. And I just kind of want to advocate for these people because I still feel like I have this position for pretty much 1 month left, to be honest, as you all know. And I just am going to fight this kind of till the end because I feel like we have to do what's best for our students right now and our families. And so that's why I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to try to make a motion to get our kids back into a hybrid for secondary and a in-person learning for K through 4 starting January 4th. Because I think that's the right thing to do.
Janie, can I ask a clarifying question, please?
Sure.
What we've had for the past, since the beginning of the school year is a hybrid for grades 5 through 12.
You really should have a second, Madam Chair, before you have discussion. So.
Yeah, that's.
Is that a formal motion on the table, Janie?
It is.
Okay. There's a motion made by Janie to have. Well, I think you were going to ask a clarifying question because we kind of need to
gotta have a second first. I'll second it. Before you can have a discussion, you have to have a second.
All right, Jim's seconded. Thank you. All right, so go ahead and clarify away.
Yeah, so what we've done since the beginning of the school year is have grades 5 through 12 in hybrid.
Right.
Because grades 5 and 6 are technically elementary kids, not secondary kids. And so my question for you and Jim is your intent to have in-person learning for grades K through, or what would you do with the 5th and 6th graders, I guess is my question.
Well, I feel like we've been kind of using verbiage on secondary as the 5th through 12th graders. So I guess that's what my intention was, in person for K through 4 with the motion for hybrid 5th through 12th, if that helps clarify it. Jim, are you agreeable to that?
I second the motion so we could have this discussion. So
yeah.
I just thought the procedural way was correct way is to have a second. So
yeah.
I don't know. I have no idea you're making this motion. So I just want to make sure we had it on the table to discuss it. So.
Yep. And again, guys, I'm not trying to, I just feel like we have to show our families in Red Wing that we need to, plan in the next couple weeks for this going forward, that we know that in-person learning is the best for our kids and that we know and acknowledge that people have had a choice. Again, only, maybe I just throw this out as discussion. I mean, we only, if people want to go to distance right now, they can go back to it if they feel safer that way. But there is many people in this community that this current situation is not working for. And as taxpayers, I think we owe it to them to at least help them get what they need for their kids, as long as it's safe and we're not having any transmission in our school. So I will be quiet now. Thank you.
Jim.
There's a little passion there. And I understand. Couple things. I'm hearing the same things Ms. Fair is hearing out there. Now, I'm only going to bring up 2 weeks. 2 weeks ago, a decision was made, a vote was taken 4-3. My intention of that motion was to start the process of getting people in school. However, that failed because some people didn't want to wanted to have the all or nothing approach. So that doesn't change my belief on what that we should be putting kids in school. Hindsight, we probably should have put some more different parameters on when we gave the authority to the superintendent to pull instead of having all or nothing broke it down to something. But with that said, no matter what we decide tonight, however this vote goes, remember, there's going to be a number of people happy and there's going to be a number of people not happy. So with that, also, Dr. Mike Osterholm, is that his name? Had a podcast the other day and talked about a number of things. And one thing he talked about was we got the top conversation about schools. And he's kind of like one of those people that have been in the business for quite a while. And he said, yeah, the older kids are the ones that are, are a little bit more possible of somebody that can get it, spread it, or some. The younger ones are not the ones getting it. If they are getting it, they're not getting it in schools. It's shown that it's been out in the community. Some people are getting it there. And I'm not saying everybody, but I'm just saying I'm just repeating his words. And that the younger ones have a better mechanism in place, probably the wrong term, but to fight it and combat it. So those were interesting comments, I thought, from somebody that has studied it, looked at it, been through a bunch of things that, and his thought was the younger ones should be in school. That's a good place for them. And I think we've heard from a number of teachers and people that our schools are a safe spot. Not everybody thinks that, but I think overall you'll hear people say that the kids are wearing masks, they're social distancing, they're washing their hands, and staff's doing a good job of keeping them, especially the younger ones. And I think that's really what we're hearing most of is that the younger ones are in need of having something in school. So with that too, I guess I'll just leave it at that. I think I'm sure there'll be other people go on. Thank you.
Holly, you're in the queue.
Mr. Bryant, I so appreciate you bringing up Dr. Osterholm. Thank you. Because you're right. He is a very credible epidemiologist. I don't disagree with you, Janie, that kids should be in school. I don't disagree with you one bit. The number one problem we've had this whole time is staffing. So I don't know how we get our schools staffed. I don't know what that looks like. And secondly, the 2 weeks right after the holiday is not the best time to go back, but the 2 weeks right, like not January 4th, but 2 weeks from that, when everybody's had that incubation period, or I don't know if it's 2 full weeks or if it's 10 days or whatever. I think it's a very genuine conversation to start having. But as of right now, Karsten, can we guarantee if we were to call school in tomorrow, there'd be enough staff?
Is that a motion?
Sorry about that. Took me a while to get the cursor in the right spot. As of right now, we haven't been checking the staff availability, over the last couple of weeks, just because we're in distance learning. We do keep track of those staff members who are either have COVID or are quarantined for COVID. If that was the only group that we had to sub for, we could probably do it. The problem occurs though when we are in school, because people are going to get sick with other things as well. And so that's, I think, where we largely run into the problems is finding the last or the substitutes for people who call in, sick, the day before, the day of. And so if I was going to bet, I would bet that we do not have enough staff to cover those positions right now. Long-winded answer, but I really think that's kind of the situation where we're at right now.
I'm hopeful that after the holiday, people will quarantine, hunker down, and then we can move into some sort of transition, moving people in. And like we said at the last meeting when we discussed this, definitely groups, Carson's been given permission by the governor for groups of children to come in. So, we didn't vote for that to happen for a variety of reasons, but I don't think that should be anywhere near off the table. But we have 2 weeks before the break. We cannot expect people to work over the break to be ready to come back on January 4th. That's kind of a logistics thing, but I hear you, Janie, and I hear the families out there who are desperate for their children to be in school.
Really good discussion. Arlen.
Thank you. I cannot support this motion here tonight, but I hear Janie and I know what she's saying, and we do need to be getting somewhere. I want to relay something here, and we seem to think that young people don't transmit this disease or anything else, but I've heard of 2 instances in the last week where an infant transferred COVID to adults that were holding a little baby that you wouldn't think that would. They had the sniffles and that was all it was, and a little bit of a temperature. So we have to be realistic and realize that COVID can be there. Maybe it doesn't hurt them so much, even at an early age. And that's the only reason I bring that up. But at our meeting last week, we also talked, or 2 weeks ago, whatever, about getting kids back to school. And I want to see a plan on how we can bring our kids back to school. And we do have to acknowledge the difficulty of finding substitutes. So, and we voted down getting some at-risk students into our buildings here 2 weeks ago. I would like to see a plan developed where we can maybe start bringing our kids back to school at least after Christmas break and possibly maybe the end of the semester. I'm not going to pick a day because I want to see what our staff can come up with if they can. That maybe starts with bringing back kindergarten and first grade, or kindergarten first and second into our school, and then phase in 3rd and 4th grade, or something of that type of plan where we gradually bring our kids back, unless for some reason the COVID numbers drastically just drop that we can do it all at once. But we do need to start getting our kids back in our buildings in a safe way and with the staff that we have available. And that's the only thing I can think of, is starting with our youngest, because it seems like that's where we need them. And maybe it's our IEP or special ed students that need some special service, bring them in at that same time possibly. And maybe then also the language English learners that we identified that really need this. There's no doubt it's needed, and everybody needs to be in school if they can, but we can't do them all at once. So let's pick where we can start that works the best and who most needs to be in school, and then try to bring it from there with the staff levels we have. So that's what I'm advocating for, but I will be voting against this motion tonight. Thank you.
I'd just like to add that, I mean, Holly, you're right on. I think that, we've got to give our staff some time to plan. And I know it's extremely difficult to say on January 4th or January 12th or whatever, to throw a date out there and say, this is when we're going to restart, because we don't know what's going to happen on January 4th or January 12th. But I do think as much as possible, we need to have a plan in place so that when this board and the next board and our staff and our administration is ready to move forward, that we're ready to go. And what does that look like? Are we going to say, okay, staff, okay, families, when we make a change, we're going to give you 2 weeks notice. We're going to give you a week's notice. I mean, what does that transition look like? And I'm not hearing that conversation happening, but I think it needs to happen. And I think we need to put a very solid plan in place so that we know that, okay, everybody, in 2 weeks, we're going to make that switch, because parents need that lead time to change their daycare providers. Obviously, our staff, our teachers, our building professionals, our kitchen people, everybody needs that, at least, I would think, a 2-week notice to kind of just change plans. And I think it's hard to change on a dime, but as much as we can make a plan and let our families know that we do have a plan in place, because right now I don't really feel like there is much of a plan in place for transitioning back. And I know a lot of that revolves around numbers and where people are at, but I do think that we owe it to our families, our students, our staff, this board, the community, that to have a solid plan in place. Go ahead, Karsten.
Yeah, and this was added real late this afternoon, so it wasn't expected. I wasn't expecting, a thorough discussion, but under the board agenda topic for this, I did include a draft example of a timeline to return to school. My thinking is that I was going to present this on December 21st in conjunction with information that Sherry Johnson will share with me sometime this week. But it was done already, or at least that version, and so I just threw it on there as an agenda topic. My goal was to try to keep it as simple as possible, knowing that there's a lot of behind the scenes work that gets done. But you can see the factors that at least I see right now would be the county COVID rates and trends, staff availability or staff vaccination rates, because really those are intertwined, as well as substitute availability. So we'll put more numbers to this. For example, if we bring back K through 2 students, how many substitutes do we need to have to feel comfortable that we're going to make it work on a daily basis? By the way, the county did let us know today that we need to co-collaborate on a plan to provide staff members with vaccinations. And so they'll be reaching out to us this week with some questions that we'll be answering. So I'm not sure the timing for those vaccinations. I don't know the number or anything like that, but I know they received a directive from the Minnesota Department of Health to get that plan done with each school. So we're working on that. I have no idea what an acceptable vaccination rate would be in order for us to bring kids back, knowing that we'd have enough staff members, but that's going to be one of the key factors, I think. Either staff availability or staff vaccination rates. And then, as I said, substitute availability. So I just threw out this as an example timeline. Okay, I'm not saying this is how it should be. I think this, the board will want to really weigh in. But if we review data on December 31st, that would be for the period of December 6th through the 19th. And then if we looked at projected rates that the county develops on a regular basis, you could see that from the 31st until January 7th, we could get data that would make us pretty confident that at least from December 6th through January 3rd, we were at certain levels. So it's about a month. Then thinking that the following Monday, January 11th, we could review that data and then entertain a motion, and then we could change the learning model effective the following Monday. It's only a 1-week turnaround instead of 2. Again, I'm just throwing this out there as an example to get the discussion started. And then on the second page, you can see the human resources plan. We need to make sure that we have 100% of our teachers or substitutes for teachers, available. We need to do the same for most of our support personnel positions. The admin team can come up with how many substitutes we need on a regular basis. And then hopefully we'll get some guidance as far as vaccination rates. I will say under operational plans, our bus drivers, food service workers, and athletics are ready to go. I'm very confident that unless there's an outbreak, I'm very confident that we could do that real quickly, just knowing how everything's been set up. But the staff availability for teachers and support personnel, is the toughest thing to tackle. Now, with all that being said, it's all sounds fine and dandy. Expecting county rates under the threshold that was proposed by the governor is going to be very difficult to achieve. I will tell you that. So either we're going to be in distance learning for a long time, or we're going to have to adjust, when we come back to in-person or hybrid learning. That's my guess, especially with Christmas coming up. I think there could be some issues there. So again, the intent of this was just to give a rough sketch of what factors we could look at, when we could look at them to make decisions about coming back in person. The other thing, Sherry Johnson is working on, what a threshold means for different groups of kids. So maybe the threshold for our kids who need special services is 150, instead of 50, or maybe it's 125 instead of 50, whatever that is. She'll come up with that thinking, and then we'll have both of those documents that we can present on December 22nd or December 21st, and that will be a challenging discussion.
Jeannie, you were in the queue again.
Oh, thanks. I guess Carson kind of touched on it about the threshold of the numbers. I mean, again, we went more conservative at the beginning of the year, not following the numbers again, completely. So I guess I just kind of echo that concern that I just think it's very unrealistic, those numbers now. And I just didn't know if people are hearing if they're going to get changed. I mean, we are changing quarantine, times and stuff. So I'm hoping that the governor will reassess this, because to me, that timeline's not, it's not, of course, in my opinion, what I would want. And as a parent, I just don't think it is good for our students right now. So I just think that threshold really concerns me, because I think this is something that could go on for months. And I'm frustrated that I think the kids are going to be out of school for quite a while. And they've already been out of school for, it would even be over 50 days if we waited till January 4th after Christmas. And to me, that's unacceptable. So, because again, this is a choice to go to in-person learning if we have the staff. Nobody is making anybody walk in those doors unless they wanted to do in-person learning. So that's what I want to stress. And
thanks, Janie. Does anybody else have any other discussion? There's a motion on the table to go to K through 4 in-person learning and 5 through 12 hybrid beginning January 4th. Motion made by Janie, seconded by Jim. Any other discussion? Jim? Go ahead. You're on mute though.
I'm trying to get off of it here. I'm just too many things going on around here.
I know.
There's a lot of what I like about tonight is a lot of good discussion. I think 2 weeks ago we asked for some information and start planning the process. I was hoping we had more than what we have tonight to discuss, and then took a motion to get the ball rolling, so to speak. I get the idea about the 4th might be a hair too early. I get that. I really do. I also get the idea that kids are, I think the ones that have been there, I've been told have been safe in school. There's dialogue on all that. I get that. And I'm not here to debate anybody if they tell me I'm wrong. My question to Janie is, would 2 weeks be enough for you to wait to have a further discussion on it, get more information on some of the things discussed tonight, such as availability, the Thanksgiving numbers will come in to see, because it's not going to start till January anyway, if we go today, any type of motion. And then we put the onus back on the superintendent to actually come up with a plan, more than just a last minute throwing something together like he at 5:27 today onto the agenda. I'd be open to that, to amend your motion to do that. It still keeps it on the table. We can have that vote on the 21st, and we can go forward. At least gives us some type of a deadline and a target to shoot for, not literally, but to aim for, I should say, to see if you'd be amenable to that.
I mean, I am, Jim. I mean, really, to be honest, I feel like we're every week I would like to see our kids back, and that's what I'm hearing. So I actually had pushed this date out a little bit, in kind of my decision making, knowing where many of the rest of the board felt like so I would be, and I agree. I think we need a lot more information. I would like to hear even more data on attendance, how many some teacher perspective on Google Meets of how many screens that kids' faces are being on, like engagement, idea, because what I'm hearing out there is that kids are struggling. Again, I know I'm repeating myself, but maybe if we can get some more kind of testimonials from our staff and maybe parents and students, but I mean, it's real for many. Like, it's sad when you watch some of these Google Meets, you guys, like faces are not even on there. Like, it's awful. So
I agree with you. I hear the same thing. I hear both sides of it, from the parents to the staff, to some staff doesn't want to be in school, to other staff want their kids in school. So it doesn't matter. It's just kind of like we made the decision in August. We're going to make a group of people aren't going to like whatever we decide. But that's what we're in. We're in a decision-making position. So if you, and I don't want to, I know there's people reach out to all of us about getting people in school. And I think ultimately we need to start focusing more on what we talked about tonight than actually diving in to figure out how we can help our children by getting them back in school, so we don't have to look at the numbers that Oregon are looking at and other places on this e-learning. I get the idea COVID is serious. We need to take it seriously. However, we still have to look at what's good all around. So I'll amend your motion, if you're amendable to that, to bring back, move it to the 21st of December with a full report back as to a plan by the superintendent, how we can go forward in January of 2021 by some type of in-person school.
Yep. No, I am agreeable to that. And again, I think this is just, to me, as we sat through this whole night, which I know you guys are too, this almost in my mind should have been number one on our agenda. I just think this is so pertinent to our time. And that's just life of like where it was on the agenda. But I know you guys take this seriously too. And I think this has been a really, really good discussion. And I really like that we have a plan started. And honestly, my intention for doing this motion was just to make this more of a urgency, because it is. So.
Point of order.
What?
Point of order. You cannot amend the motion. Jim and Janie cannot amend a motion on their own. You can either vote this motion down and make a new motion, or you can make a motion to amend the motion and go through the vote process on it, but they cannot amend the motion between those two after we've had this long a discussion. Thank you.
I'm so glad you know all those rules.
I'm not so sure that's the case. I think the motion can be amended by the motioner and then seconder. They can be doing that. I'll have to
on this one.
respectfully disagree with you, Mr. Derrick.
Call the question on this one, and then we can do another one if that.
Okay, Holly, you want to call the question? Or
no, I don't want to call the question. What I want to say is I will not be there on the 21st.
Oh, you.
Whatever decision the group makes on the 21st, just be prepared that it'll be an even number. And I wanted to give everybody a heads up. It's something that has to happen in my life, so I apologize in advance.
Thank you for letting us know that, Holly. All right, so.
Forgot that, Holly. Sorry about that.
So the point of order, so we're going to, what did you say, Janie?
Well, I'll call the question.
Call the question. So we want to vote on that motion and then move forward with a different motion. All right. So the motion is the K through 4 in person, 5 through 12 hybrid on January 4th. We'll start the voting with Jim Bryant. Jim Bryant. Still on
Jim,
mute.
you're on mute.
Yep, I'm trying to figure. I say aye.
We're voting yes for that motion.
Jim is.
I'm assuming that's what the motion is to go forward. If it defeats it, then we can bring it back. I think we can vote on the amended motion, but that's me. So.
Okay, let me just understand what we're voting on. We're voting on the current. Heidi, do you want to clarify this for me?
Well, my understanding is there was a motion made by Janie, seconded by Jim, and the language is roughly that grades K through 4 to return in person on January 4th, along with grades 5 and 12 return to a hybrid learning model.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's what we have. Yes.
Okay.
So let's start the voting over. Jim, is that what you're voting for? On January 4th?
I'll vote no then, I guess. Okay. All right. No.
All right. Mr. Christensen,
No.
Mr. Derricks,
No.
Ms. Fair,
Aye.
Ms. Jones,
No.
Ms. Tower,
No.
and I am going to vote no. So that fails 1, 2, 6.
Right.
So do we want to bring something else back to the table?
Sure. I'll make a motion that we instruct the superintendent to bring us a detailed plan on how we can get our students in the school as soon as possible in January with a plan on how to implement that.
You're instructing the superintendent to bring a detailed plan back to the board for in-person learning.
For learning, bringing kids back in school to some degree, start that dialogue. And then that should be one of our most important. Never mind.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, detailed plan to get a detailed plan by the superintendent to bring back to the board to get the kids back in school to some degree. What I got? Okay.
Good enough for me.
Made by Jim, seconded by Arlen. Any other discussion? All right. Mr. Christensen,
No.
Mr. Derricks,
Aye.
Ms. Fair,
Aye.
Ms. Jones,
No.
Ms. Tower,
Aye.
Mr. Bryant,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 2. All right.
That's a teacher in you coming out there, Holly.
We will look forward to hearing a detailed plan.
I miss my kids so much. If I could get that vaccine right now, just stick it in my butt and off I'd go.
Put mine in my arm.
Did you get it? I thought it was in the arm. Oh, sure.
Oh, I know I might have to rethink it. All right. Next on the agenda is the Red Wing High School land lease agreement.
This is really more of an update. Our attorney, well, I've been working with our attorney. IPS was working with their attorney. We have most of the terms agreed to, but we do have a couple that we need to iron out. I think one of the terms will go in our direction. The second one has to do with the relationship of the land with the HBC tower that is adjacent to the Solar Garden plot. And so we need to finalize that in terms of who is responsible for what. I can tell you one thing, we don't want the school district to be responsible for it. You know, if we can possibly include that language in the contract, because it's an HBC tower, it's an IPS solar garden. You know, we just happen to have the land. So that's the goal, is to make sure that we're not liable if there's an accident or if there's a tornado that, you know, who knows what the circumstances might be. Because the agreement was not ready today for the operations committee, I'm hoping that we can finalize that over the next 2-3 days, and then take it to a meeting on Monday night. It could be a short 15-minute special meeting of the school board to consider approval of the agreement. So that would be in addition to the new orientation for board members. So that's the thinking. right now anyway.
All right, so there's no action that needs to be taken right now, but it looks like that is to be determined in the future. Arlen.
Thank you. I just want to point out that Operations Committee discussed this, and if this can be prepared quick enough, the committee can meet, at least Jim and I can meet, and Holly can review it prior to a meeting of the board if we need to.
Okay.
Subject to having enough time for open meeting law posting.
Right. Sounds agreeable. Any other concerns or questions, comments on this? All right, 511, World's Best Workforce Report.
We'll let Jess take over, Jess and Mick and others possibly, to present the report.
We'll have Mick Wendland and Robin Pagel, our district assessment coordinator. We put this together, the three of us, along with input from the administrative team, and then also was presented, the goals of it were presented at a few committees to get some feedback. So we will present here. Window. Thanks for hanging in there, Robin and Mick. We appreciate you staying. All right, so if we present here. So the World's Best Workforce is the Minnesota statute that we would present this at a public meeting. And this aligns directly with our district plans and the educational plan that you all set forth for us, so that it's based directly off of our strategic actions that we are already taking, and also some that are in process. So as we go forward, the World's Best Workforce goals obviously are from the Minnesota Department of Education. They ask us to do these 5 categories. So that's how our presentation is split up. They ask us to present on last year's goals and then the results. Unfortunately, along with everybody else right now, we are unable to have a lot of data for you based on COVID and based on those tests not happening last spring. But then what we will do is go through our goals for 2021 so that we can show you all kind of the strategies that will be in place. So we analyze the results of previous year's data. Obviously, those would be our similar goals because we don't have the data to go forward with. And then in December, this is you all seeing the public meeting summary. And then we will make sure that we are monitoring the goals going forward and also bringing this improvement plan paired directly with the strategic plan going forward and continuing our progress. So who's included in this conversation to review the equitable access data? This is our administrators, Karsten, myself, and then our HR coordinator, along with our director of special education, and our administrative team. So when we look at the equitable access to excellent teachers, one of the questions it asks, the report asks us is which racial and ethnic student groups are present in your district that are not yet represented in your licensed teacher staff. So these numbers are from how people self-report in our data. So we pull our data, and what it says is that these are the racial and ethnic groups that are not present in our district, that are not represented in our licensed teacher staff. If you look below, can you guys, let me move that, there we go. So to be reflective of our student population, let me go back, sorry. We would need 15 Hispanic teachers, 12 multiracial, 7 Black or African American, 6 American Indian or Alaskan Native, and 1 Asian teacher to be reflective of our student population. So percentage-wise, this is what we would need to be reflective of our student population. So to start with our first goal, all students ready for school or kindergarten. Consistently, we have had our goal be at 80% of students entering kindergarten. This year, the 2019 would be 77% of students entering kindergarten. We're ready. What we decided as an administrative team was to go to 28%, just because 5% is statistically statistically legitimate in order to say that we did something to affect the numbers. So that's why we wanted to go with 5%. And our strategies there would be the partnership with childcare providers in the surrounding area, continued collaboration with Colville Family Center and kindergarten principals, Colville teachers participating in professional learning communities, just like our entire staff, implementation of the new creative curriculum. They're doing a lot of professional development with that, and then the TS Gold assessment in order to look if our results are getting what we would like. And then also increasing partnerships with community organizations and making sure that we're reaching out and being proactive about that. If people have questions along the way, feel free, because this is a lot as we get down the line. So I don't know if you want me to pause at each one or just write your questions down, and we can take them at the end, but stop me if you have something. So then all third graders can read at grade level. We have 38% in 2019. We again went with the 5%, which would put us at 43%. Obviously, we're unable to report for last year, so we're sticking with that from 38% in 2019 to going to 43% in 2021. As you can see, the strategies include implementation of the new language arts curriculum, professional learning communities again, use of common formative and summative assessments, walkthrough and accountability from admin to better understand needs and support, and then also working with tier 2 interventions such as ADSIS and Title.
So Jess, this is Heidi Jones with a question. So we've had a board decision about providing additional support or interventions to the English language group. And we specifically talked about the elementary level and stuff. So where does that additional support come from in this type of planning when they're not even probably at 38%, of achievement, and we want to move that upward? Where does that fit in, that type of programming, and how do we assess that going forward under these kinds of circumstances?
Can you help me? Can you phrase it in a different way? I'm not sure I'm going to be able to answer that one.
Okay. So is there any type of is the support that we need for English language learners fall under tier 2 interventions?
Oh, I see. Yes, and that would fall under the new language arts curriculum. The English language learner support is directly it's directly built in. So when we bought materials, we had there's approaching level, there's on level, there's above level, and then there's an EL. And so there's a whole set of books and aligned curriculum that goes with that in order to give those strategies and also the interventions for those learners.
Okay, is that going to be enough? I mean, we're talking about some significant gaps here, right? So I guess I'm just wondering, are there other pieces beyond like, okay, this is what gets delivered in your first best instruction in the classroom, and ADSIS and Title I don't think meet exactly my question on EL stuff. So is there another support or something, since they were already behind, now they're falling further behind, in addition to all the other struggles every family would have? Anyway, I'm just forward thinking here.
Mm-hmm. So one thing I would say, and I know I sound like a broken record, but the use of a solid, guaranteed, and viable curriculum at the tier 1 level is a huge intervention to that, and having the resources that those teachers need in front of them is, I would say that is a heavy lift as far as the EL teachers are concerned. And then also continuing our strategies. Mick Wendland always has a good comment of like, we could put a list of like 10 in there that we are continuously doing and kind of doubling down on that have consistently worked for our EL teachers throughout what we've been doing, but making sure that we're getting better at implementing and connecting with families. And I would say the reworking of how we're doing the EL services at the high school is something that our new EL teacher is also working on as far as push in, like we're having success with push in with our elementary school students. That is the similar model that she is working with.
All right, thank you.
All right. And then this might also be something that helps with this, Heidi, is what I would say. So this one, we have during the 2019-2020 school year that we will reduce the achievement gap for free and reduced meal and then students of color in reading and math. So there was a good question, I think, from our staff of what do you mean by that? Like which ones? And so we called it out specifically as like the KSEP grades 2 through 8, and this is in reading and math. So we would look at the decreasing the achievement gap for all of these different categories. So when we would come back to you, we would report on all of these different categories. So some of the strategies that we have here is the district-wide equity training for the administration that we're doing, the social emotional and equity training that we did for staff and are continuing to do that, creating an equity plan with all stakeholders at the table, creating a district-wide equity team. Like these are the first steps to this, but will lead to other ones. So increasing representation in our curriculum, which started with the Wonders curriculum and will increase when we have that review of the social studies and English curriculum in our 7-12. Increased representation in speakers and content of flight paths. Mick, can you talk about that, please?
Yeah, there's quite a few things that have been presented about individuals needing to see themselves in examples and opportunities in the future, and just having an opportunity to connect better with whether it's content in the classroom and what's called culturally, is it accurate? I've got the wrong word, but it's making sure it's an accurate representation of what the culture is, and then just also seeing themselves in examples for future career opportunities, so that we are being equitable in our approach to make sure that we are highlighting individuals who are maybe the minority in their work setting. So men in nursing, women in engineering, people of color, where they're having hard times finding recruitment opportunities, that we're being intentional to make sure that all students see themselves in any different category in the future and see themselves as all those opportunities.
And then our continued work with district liaisons, to Heidi's point, are we increasing where we need to increase and really listening to those experts that are working directly with our kids in a different capacity. So then examining also our identification response to the process of our behavior referrals and making sure that we're not over identifying certain populations. Then all students are ready for college and career. I'm going to kick this one to Mick as well.
The previous one that you can see on top there is that 75% of juniors will have a completed post-secondary plan through Naviance. We're discontinuing the use of Naviance. It's expensive, it's cumbersome, and there's opportunities that we can use with MCIS. So what we would like to do is embed our Flight Paths initiative as part of this. So what will come to you in a later presentation is the developed flight paths that the Flight Paths Steering Committee has been putting together and is in front of students and staff right now. And so that as students do their registration, we'll take a look at our juniors and their registration process and see how many of them are enrolled in courses that would allow them to complete a flight path by the time they graduate. So the juniors are going to be our metric because we can see how many courses they've taken and what they plan for during registration in their senior year. So this will help with our PLP requirements for our personalized learning plans, and then see how many of our students are on their way. I don't know right now if we were to assess, I can't tell you with fidelity what it is. This is kind of apples and oranges because we're using different metrics, but this is the direction that we want to go. So if this number comes out at 75%, I think that's great information. If it comes back at 30%, I think it justifies more that the direction and the need for flight paths for students to be intentional in the courses that they're selecting and taking advantage of the opportunities that they have before them with the courses that we offer. So with that, the strategies that we're doing, we have that new introduction to flight paths course for 8th graders to help students better understand the 16 different career fields. We have the flight paths course guide that will come to you. We'll present that soon, and then increased use of career speakers, which super exciting. I know it's late at night, but on Wednesday, we're going to have 22 different career speakers virtually for our students in grades 9 through 12. This is the second time that we've done this. A lot of really neat and fascinating people there across career fields. The feedback from the first one was super positive from the kids. So really excited to have this as an exciting thing for our kids right now.
Mick, in the chat, will you put the link to your page so that people can review it at a different time? And then Robin, can I have you report on the graduation rate? I think you are the best person to talk about these great things that are happening at the high school here. Oh, did we lose her?
Yes. All right.
Oh,
Yep.
no,
Nope. I'm here. I just couldn't get my mute and camera button to work. So the things that we're doing at the high school to ensure graduation, we have a lot of things going on. Again, a lot of the things that Jess has already talked about as professional learning communities for our teachers so that they can work together, talk about students that they have concerns about, how to best support them, give them the interventions that they need to be successful. Again, the implementation of flight paths, getting students to take the classes that truly interest them, regardless of what their best friend is going to be taking or talking about wanting to take. Increasing the representation in our curriculum for what we do offer. We have the REACH program for our students who needed a little bit of extra support, and we have a fabulous teacher that runs that program. She has a great rapport with the student, but at the same time, she offers structure, guidance, and that social emotional connection that some of those students are really needing while they're at school. It gives them a place to belong, and that's a huge part of what the REACH program is. In 7th and 8th grade this year, we have brought back a targeted study skills class, again, for certain students. And let me know if I'm talking too fast. But for certain students who need that additional support and that help, so that the teacher currently who is leading that class is a co-teacher on all the other teachers' classrooms through Google Classroom, so that she can also go in and look and see what the students' assignments are, how to best reteach that work, how to help them navigate Google Classroom and complete the assignments if that's what they need. And it allows them the time to complete those assignments as well. And then we have a success lab and credit recovery for our 9th through 12th grade students. Where if for whatever reason they are not successful in the original class, they have that opportunity to retake that class, earn those credits towards graduation so that they can walk across that stage in May with their cohort. And then we have our alternative to suspension program, which we again implemented last year. And this is a good place for our students to go who, for numerous reasons, are having difficulty in class or in school that day. And instead of them having to leave school, they have a place to go that is staffed by a very capable, compassionate, but yet structured para educator who gives them the space they need to complete the work, because that is one of the things that we found, when the students end up having to go home, the learning is lost. When they are in the in this alternative to suspension room. They can also complete the assignments for that day. The education's not being lost. And if there's a issue in the classroom where they felt they couldn't be in the room for whatever reason, they also do a reflective paper about what caused, in their view, what caused the issue to happen. How could they have reacted differently to the situation, where so they could have stayed in the room, or how can they react differently to it next time if this similar situation presents itself. And so it's still getting that social emotional content in there for those students to help them be successful in our classrooms. So
thank you, Robin. And then if anyone has any questions.
So this is Heidi again. Same question kind of as before. I mean, I'm really thrilled with all the options we've got here listed out, and I really think this is a great way to make the board aware of all the things we're doing. But what about those kids that we know we're already struggling in the first quarter? How are we going to ramp up? You know, what are those numbers looking like as far as normally you have a 25% of the population you need to address? Have we bumped that up to like 35, 45%? Of students that need some sort of lift here? How are we connecting with those kids? I'm afraid, you know, we're going to lose these kids because they're feeling hopeless already about this first quarter just did not go, you know. So can you speak to kind of our current situation and how you see, you know, all of these things being implemented and ramped up possibly sooner rather than later, or how are we doing right now?
So all of these programs are being implemented right now. So in order to put in place these structures, in order to meet the needs of what we would have, is what these are for. So like the continued study skills and the targeted study skills and the implementation of Success Lab, like all of those would be to meet the need that you're talking about. You're saying what more you're
right. Well, I'm assuming that our numbers, I mean, you might normally have expected 10 or 15% of the population to need this kind of help. Has that increased, Jess, after first quarter?
So you're asking like, what is our percent of kids that are failing? Or you're asking, what are you asking for?
Yeah, are we able to respond because the caseload is larger or the need is greater? Do we have the resources to kind of branch out and cover more kids?
I would say at this point, and Robin, step in and correct me if I'm wrong, but I would say at this point, that's the kind of the reason that I think that you all decided that we needed that extra administrator was to support these emotional needs because they're obviously not dealing with so many discipline issues. There's still some here or there, but for sure that's definitely what our administrators are focused on, is that connecting with kids, calling about failures. Robin, you correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I hear them reporting on, is how, and troubleshooting on how do we connect with kids and who can call and how do we get curriculum to kids, how do we troubleshoot. So there are, I would say that's the role that the admin is stepping into at the high school. Robin, you gonna correct me if I'm wrong?
No, yes, I said correct. You are correct in all of those statements. One other thing that I wanted to add, just to kind of address Heidi's question, which we didn't get on here as it just popped into my head. We do have a teacher that has doing a targeted class Wednesday mornings to help students who did not quite understand the curriculum first quarter, to help them be more successful when they have to take the second half of that class in the second semester. But she's also having current students in her class join her for that extra support, extra reteaching right now, so that they will be successful this quarter, so that they don't need to do that remediation in the second quarter. And I think this is where our student our student PLCs come into play, where our teachers talk about their student concerns, who has a relationship with this kid, who has reached out to the family, or before they reach out to the family, what do you know about this student, the situation that I need to know to help me teach them to be more successful. We also have, see Jess, I'm coming up with these things that aren't even on here. We have a check-in and check-out program right now, that we have students 7th through 9th grade on right now, where 3 times a week they check in with their mentor teacher of how things are going, how are grades, you know, do you have a plan to complete your assignments? And they do that 3 times a week. There is, you know, they check in the morning, they check out at the end of the day. We're tracking that data. You know, we're trying to connect more with these students that way. I know we have teachers that plan one-on-one meetings with their kids up until 5:30 in the evenings to help with them. I mean, our teachers are really going above and beyond right now to help our students, because they're also finding it's hard to connect with their kids as they would in the classroom, as, you know, as they monitor what students are doing, you know, on their assignments, and they can connect that way, and they don't have that. So they're making these other meetings outside of the workday. And I personally really appreciate that, as I also connect with my students, and they're saying, nope, I have a meeting with my teacher right now. I can't talk to you. And I'm totally okay with that. You know, so we have a lot that is going on behind the scenes that doesn't even fit sometimes into this report of what our teachers are doing to make our students more successful. And just because I like data, this morning and Friday night, I ran attendance district wide as far as how we're doing since, really since the beginning of the school year. But we are over 90% attendance for all of our students K-12 right now, you know, if we look at it overall. And I think that's a very good place to be. I think our lowest percentage rate was on one grade level, and I'm sorry, I can't remember which one it was a 91%. Everyone else was above that. So, I mean, do we have room to improve? Yes, we always do. But right now, our teachers are reaching out and making those connections with kids that they still want to have that connection to the classroom, to the teacher. And I think that and the attendance does show that as well.
Thank you, Robin. That was very helpful, that background about all the outreach in addition to what we see on the screen tonight. Thank you.
I'll also say too that Nikki Larson, because we've had reduced internships requests for students, and then also opportunities for the spring, some of her time has been shifted for more credit recovery opportunities during the school day. So for students that the first quarter didn't go well, they can continue on with courses to get caught up and stay on track for graduation.
Great. Yeah, I'm afraid that graduation rate might be negatively impacted this year. And that's what I want to keep kids engaged and hooked in and still with us on the plan about moving forward. So thank you very much, team.
I would say that also, Heidi, if we're looking for more to do, in the meeting with the directors of teaching and learning with the Big Nine, I would say just about everybody is bringing in their EL students in order to give that extra support. So it's something to maybe consider as a board, that all of the districts around us are bringing in that population to do exactly what you're talking about. So if we're considering other options, that might be something to bring back up as a board.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot of equity discussion that needs to happen. Thanks.
Anybody else? Questions?
No, thanks. It's been a really good presentation, and the report looks really nice too. We've been getting these for just a few years. And this one definitely is a lot more digestible than previous ones we've had.
That was our goal. So you can thank the three of us fighting about, no, that doesn't make sense. And that paid off. Our infighting paid off.
Well, I thank you then. I thank you.
So I'd like to make the motion to approve the World's Best Workforce Report as presented.
Seconded by Mike.
All right, the motion made by Heidi, seconded by Mike. Any other discussion? All right, we'll start the roll call vote with Mr. Derricks,
Aye.
Ms. Fair,
Aye.
Ms. Jones,
Aye.
Ms. Tower,
Aye.
Mr. Bryant,
Aye, good job.
Mr. Christensen.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. That passes 7-0. Thank you
Great, thank
so
you all.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for
Sorry
staying
for
with
the
us.
long day.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. All right. Last item on our agenda. Oh, is that the last item on our agenda?
Is the
Yes,
closed
because we
meeting.
moved. Is then upcoming meetings, which I'm not going to spend any time going over. They're all listed there on our board book. I just definitely want to let you know that next Monday on the 14th, we're having a new school board member orientation from 6 to 8. Everyone's invited to come to that.
Madam Chair, what happened to 512, the grievance? Did we cover that?
I can give a real quick update. The personnel
I didn't know
committee-
if you mentioned it in the beginning. I didn't know if there was a little more information or what the timeline was on that. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that.
The personnel committee did meet and hear a grievance from Education Minnesota. And so Mr. Nemenich and I are working on the possibility of resolving that grievance before it comes to the full school board. So, I'll probably put it on the agenda for December 21st in case we don't resolve it. And then we'll kind of go from there.
Okay, thank you. Want to be sure.
My
I didn't miss it.
apologies. I think I must be anxious to get to bed.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm starting to see triple. All right. Anyway, next Monday, school board, new orientation for new members. So that's going to be exciting and fun. And can't wait for us to be able to welcome those new folks in and make sure that they have the information that they need to start on the right foot. Any other upcoming meetings or future topics people would like to highlight? All right, then I will look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
I got 4 people here.
Take your pick. I just spin the dial.
We'll give Jim the motion, and who's the second?
Holly can have it.
Holly?
All
right.
Jim and
Got it.
Holly. All right. We'll begin the vote with Ms. Fair.
Aye.
And Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Tower?
Aye.
Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
Mr. Derricks?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We are adjourned 7-0 at 10:27. Sleep well, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Lights out.